new possibilities. The guests are about to arrive. In the meanwhile, नीचे के हॉल में अगर जगह है तो ऊपर जो भी है वो नीचे आके पहले ऑक्यूपाई कर सकते हैं. सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट के लिए जो भी है वो प्लीज एक बार ध्यान दें. ओके, जो जहां भी बैठे हैं वो ठीक है. किसी को कहीं से कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. सॉरी फॉर द इनकन्वीनियंस. ठीक है, ठीक है. सीधा करना कर लीजिए. क्या हो गया? नहीं, डोंट स्टार्ट इट ना, मत करो. So we have our guests, the panel members of today's event with us. On behalf of Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, I, Dr. Nisha Singh, welcome the guests, the panel members of today's session. We welcome all the dignitaries, the guests of today's events, to Swami Vivekanand Subharti University. Sources. So this is beneficial for each and every one, the students and the faculty members, to understand the concept, because even though we don't belong to the medical line or to any technical or professional course also, the recruitment process is omnipresent process. The interaction between the human resource management and artificial intelligence is also an omnipresent concept. So everybody is facing the problem, and everybody needs to get rid of the problem arising in the recruitment, its challenges, and the replacement of AI with HR, or the AI and HR integration. So it is a very good topic. It is a very beneficial, and it is going to be very advantageous if we understand the concept very nicely. We have the experts with us. They will be discussing their concepts. They will be giving their ideas, which will help us in just adding it to our academics also, and to teach our students about the concept and execute it in the same manner. Jai Hind and a very good morning to each one of you present here. On behalf of Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, I, Dr. Nisha Singh, Associate Professor AVG SCMC, extends a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and participants in the Swami Vivekanand Subharti University's HR Conclave in collaboration with HR Success Talk, which is named as Uday, the Rise of New Possibilities. Let me tell you, we are conducting this HR conclave for the first time in Swami Vivekanand Subharti University. So a big round of applause for the new beginning. I wholeheartedly welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Major General Dr. G.K. Thapliyal, sir. Respected Pro Vice Chancellor, sir. The worthy Dean and heads of the institutions. I convey my gratitude for gracing the occasion, sir. A big round of applause for all the dignitaries and the faculty members. Thank you for coming. So, without wasting the time, let's start the event by seeking the blessings of Ma Saraswati. Let's pray the goddess Saraswati to achieve salvation through knowledge, as she is the controller of knowledge, intelligence, and speech. Let's start the event with lighting of the lamp and seeking the blessings of the goddess. And for that, I would request the dignitaries, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, respected Pro VC, sir, the deans and the directors of the institutions, and the guests of today's event to join the dais for lighting the lamp, and request the technician to play the Saraswati Vandana. I would request Ms. Swati to accompany the guests, the dignitaries, for lighting of the lamp. Before starting any event, seeking the blessings of Goddess Saraswati is the auspicious tradition of India and the Subharti too. May Goddess Saraswati bless us with knowledge and the experience. Human resource management is not merely a process we do, but it is a resource that runs the business. As we know the importance of human resource management, the HR Conclave Uday, the rise of new possibilities. The main aim of the conclave is to discuss the future of recruitment, its changes, expectations, and challenges in campus hiring. The conclave also aims at discussing the integration between human resources and artificial intelligence, a sizzling topic nowadays. So now I request the Director Training and Placement, Mr. Amit Verma, sir, for opening the event with his welcome note. I welcome you, sir, on the dais for your welcoming note and opening the event formally.
Jai Hind to you all. I feel so honored to welcome you all to the event HR Conclave 2023. Uday, the rise of new beginning, new possibilities, new endeavors. I welcome, first of all, our chief patron, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Major General Dr. G.K. Thaplyal, sir. I welcome all the distinguished guests, the eminent speakers from HR community who have joined us today. I welcome all the deans, directors, HODs, faculty members, and of course, our students. You are the lifeblood of the university. You are our asset. We welcome you all to the event. So, the purpose behind arranging this event today, HR Conclave, is to start a new beginning here with the corporate events. The HR Conclave is being conducted here to show you the possibilities we have in our career. That is why we have welcomed the HR professionals here. Here, we are going to discuss about two very important topics. One, the future of recruitment, the challenges our HR leaders face because of a lot of advancement and a technological advancement. And another one, it is a hot cake nowadays, AI. So another topic we are going to discuss is human expertise and AI, how it will be interacting with each other, how it will be integrating with each other. I also welcome all the staff, all the members of the university who have made this event possible to be happen today. In these two panel discussions, we will discuss about the challenges in recruitment and the opportunities which are there with you students and the other things that those are faced by our HR leaders. The AI is a very important tool nowadays. So we'll discuss about AI and we'll discuss about the challenges we'll face with that. Thank you so much. I again wholeheartedly welcome you all to the event and I announce it open. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So a big round of applause for opening of the event, the HR Conclave. Now it's time to felicitate our distinguished guest of today's event. So I'll be requesting the guest to join the dais. First of all, I would request Mr. Govind Singh Negi, sir, on the dais, and would request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate him. Mr. Govind Singh Negi, sir. As we have the tradition to felicitate our guests with a sapling and draping the Angavastram, I would request the team big round of applause. Thank you, sir. No, sir. You be seated at your place. I'll be calling you for the panel. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Sir, panel में different है ना, तो I'll call again. I would request Mr. Arpit Jain, sir, on the dais, and would request Mr. Amit, sir, the Director Training and Placement, to felicitate him with a sapling and draping the Angavasram. Mr. Arpit Jain, sir, and Mr. Amit, sir, the Director Training and Placement. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Sandeep Singh, sir, to join the dais, and would request respected Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, for the felicitation with the sapling and draping the Angavasram. We welcome you, sir, in the Swami Vivekanand Subharti University. A big round of applause, audience, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, respected Pro Vice Chancellor, sir. Now I request Mr. Mohit Shetty, sir, and would request Dr. R.K. Ghai, sir, Dean FOMC, to felicitate him with the sapling and draping the Angavastram. Mr. Mohit Shetty, sir, and Dr. R.K. Ghai, sir, the Dean and... Acha, Shetty, sorry. Sethi. Sethi. Acha, Sethi. He's Mohit Sethi. Sorry. Sorry, sir. A big round of applause for sir. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. Now I request Mr. Pancham Bhatia, sir, to join the dais, and Dr. Pintu Mishra, sir, Director Fine Arts, to join the dais for the felicitation. A big round of applause. The audience can just welcome the guests with the clappings only. So please, a big round of applause for the guests. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Himanshu Singla, sir, to join the dais, and would request Dr. Vaibhav Goyal Bhartiya, sir, Principal Law College, to felicitate him with a sapling and draping the Angavastram. We welcome you, sir. A big round of applause. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. Now I request Mr. Piyush Govil, sir, to join the dais, and would request Dr. Sandeep Chaudhary, sir, to felicitate him with the sapling and draping the Angavastram. We wholeheartedly welcome you all, sir, in the Swami Vivekanand Subharti University. Thank you for coming. Thank you for gracing the occasion. Audience, please welcome them with a applause, joining your hands. Thank you so very much, sir, for being with us. I request Ms. Ridhima ma'am to join the dais and would request Ms. Preeti to felicitate her, the trainer training and placement, to felicitate her with sapling and draping the Angavastram. डील फार्मेसी तो कोई लेडी नहीं है, मेल नहीं है, आप तो लेडी है ना, तो लेडी को तो लेडी से ही कराना चाहिए, कैसे नहीं है, आप मेल में नहीं। Thank you, ma'am. I now request Ms. Sharmila Thakur ma'am to join the dais and would request Dr. Vidhi ma'am, Fine Arts College, to felicitate her with offering the sapling and draping the Angavastram. Thank you, ma'am, for coming and gracing the occasion. Thank you all the distinguished guests for being with us today here. We'll be starting the discussion, the first round discussion. And for that, I would request the panel members and the moderator to join the dais. I'm sorry. Before that, I would request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to say a few words, the words of wisdom, and share his blessings for the auspicious opening of the event.
Jai Hind, all distinguished guests, renowned or people from the industry, from the HR professions, our faculty members, Dean of the faculty, and dear students. First of all, I'm glad to know that so many HR professionals from across the corporates, they have come to Subharti University. I extend a warm welcome to you all and hope this kind of interaction, academia and industry interaction will continue, and we will again have some meeting in the future, and you will oblige us, I'm sure. When we talk about the academia and industry interaction, this is not the new term which has been coined recently, but this has gained importance after our national vision given by our Honorable Prime Minister when he said that India now should go for Make in India. India should go for 5 trillion economy by 2027. So when these goals are set by our own leader, so importance of making in India becomes more relevant. And how do we make it possible? And for that, we need youth, we need manpower. How these manpower are being trained in various educational institutions, so what kind of a training they are getting, that will depend what kind of a workforce industry is getting today. I read somewhere that the newspapers that whatever the youth or whatever our graduates or postgraduates are going for jobs in the market, a very short, a low percentage of them are employable. They are not employable. So why are they not employable? Because there was a gap between the industry and academics. Whatever we were training, the kind of a training we were giving to our students, they were not finding job, so they were not employable. And that created a we were not able to employ our graduates, and industry were not able to get the trained manpower. So this academia and industry interaction became more relevant, because now if industry and academicians both sit together and they decide what kind of a skill now you require in the industry and what kind of a skill we are imparting. If both are different, then there is no purpose of giving that education. Then came, because the rapid advancement in the field of technology, digitalization, artificial intelligence, data processing, automation, all these things, when rapidly advancing, it is presumed that within 2 years, 3 years, the jobs which are available today will not be there. And it has also been reported by the Economic Forum of World. By 2030, 50% of jobs which are available today will not be there. Or even the jobs which will be available by 2030 or after 2030, we don't know which kind of a job that will be. So there is a big question now. The jobs are going to not be being there because the automations, because of so many things, digitalization and all these advancements. And jobs which are going to be there, we don't know. So what do we train? How do we train our students? In which criteria? In which skill? So there comes two terminology: reskilling and upskilling. So reskilling, upskilling is done by the industry, means anybody who is joined the industry, whatever skill he has got, that skill may not be required for him now, but he has to learn another skill. And that learning another skill, for that particular person, the industry will have to collaborate with academic institutions. Because we are the producers of the manpower, you are the consumer of the manpower. So if there is no relationship between you and us, we will not be able to produce the kind of a thing we need. And this upskilling, reskilling is the skill which you had already there, but no more required. So you need to learn another skill, and that reskilling. And upskilling is the whatever the skill you have, but that has become a kind of obsolete skill, and you have to upgrade that skill because technology is advancing, and that upskilling becomes a more relevant. So these reskilling and upskilling these are the two areas where industry will have to collaborate with academics, and academics will have to collaborate with the industry. There has also been a thought process that why academicians should go to the industry. Why not industry? People should have industry within the university itself. Whatever the training they need, whatever the manpower they need, they should establish their training centers, or they should establish their training thing within the university. And as and when whatever the trained manpower they need, they take those people which have been trained in the university. That kind of a collaboration, suppose you need a person in that particular skill, and you tell the university in advance, I need about 100 graduates who are trained in this particular skill, and our people will be there to train your graduates. You will be there to give us the infrastructure. And by that collaboration, we will be able to produce trained manpower, and you will have the ready-made. Then you will not need reskilling and upskilling. So that will save a lot of money, a lot of time. So this is the thought process we should think about when we talk industry and academia across the table. What kind of, like all these HR professionals who have come today to our university, whenever they come for placement and then think, our students generally do not know what kind of a skill, what kind of a aptitude, what kind of a knowledge that particular HR person is looking for. That a student doesn't know this. So if from your inputs, if we know in advance that particular industry needs this kind of a knowledge, this kind of a skill, or this kind of aptitude in that particular person whom you want to hire, we can prepare our students accordingly. Because the National Education Policy 2020 gives us liberty to choose any program, to choose any skill from anywhere and train our students. Today, now, there is a transformation in the education, and education now is ready to collaborate with anyone, whether it's international organization, whether it's all domestic organization, to produce students who are globally competent, who are academically sound, and who are skill-wise expert. So that kind of when this thing is achieved, we will be able to produce whatever we need in India. There is an emphasis now, maximum the government of India emphasis is that are all defense equipment and defense everything product, whatever we have been buying from foreign countries or other countries, we should produce them in our own country. So there is a big opening now in defense manufacturing. Similarly, in all these advanced technology, these things are opening up. So I'm sure with this HR Conclave, we'll discuss all those points. What are the requirements of the industry today? Since you all are from different area, what I was seeing, your resume, you belongs to different, across the different disciplines. I'm sure that we will cover the entire scope of industry and academia relationship. And this conclave will definitely help university to rethink, to redesign our own programs, our own courses, so that by the end of their program, they are not only professionally competent, but they are skill-wise also expert in that particular area. With those words, I thank you all. And thank you all. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. A big round of applause for Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. And thank you, sir, for such precious and knowledgeable words. Now we'll start with the event. So we have Ms. Neha Rana Datta ma'am with us. I would request madam to join the dais and would request Ms. Preeti ma'am to felicitate her with the sapling and draping the Angavastram.
I would also request Dean Pharmacy, Dean Polytechnic, and Dr. Anos, sir, to please join us for a photograph. Actually, more male members were there. We could not call you for. Please come here, sir. Join us.
Thank you, sir. A big round of applause. Thank you, ma'am, and the respected deans for joining us. So we'll be starting the first panel discussion, and I would call the moderator of the first session, Mr. Govind Singh Negi. He is Head of Talent Europe and Asia 3-Pillar Global, and HR and business leader, blogger, social activist with dual masters in computer applications and business administration from Symbiosis University, Pune. And he's having 20 plus years of rich experience in the field of talent management. He has been awarded as HR leader by Great Place to Work, Top 100 HR Tech Minds by World HRD Congress, Best CHRO by WE Matters, Top 20.
Sir, my by HR success will come at a Swami. Lady sir.
Achha, lady. He's there.
Is the head of by HR success. Right?
Okay. So as I have already told you that we have organized this event with the collaboration of HR Success. So Mr. Govind Singh Negi is the head of HR Success, and he is the moderator also in today's event for the first panel discussion. Beyond all these, his experiences, rich experiences as a leader, as a manager, as a human resource manager, he is the head of the HR Success. Thank you, sir, for collaborating with us and making the event so nice and so enriched. A big round of applause for sir. Now the briefing. Can I start with the briefing now? So he has a 20 plus years of rich experience in the field of talent management. He has been awarded as HR leader by the Great Place to Work, Top 100 HR Tech Minds by World HRD Congress, Best CHRO by WE Matters, Top 20 India Champions in India by CHRO Summits, and awards the Top 20 L&D Leaders in India. Currently, he is designated as the head of Talent Europe and Asia for a global IT company called 3 Pillars Global, having a global presence in 8 countries, US, India, Romania, Mexico, Costa Rica, Czech Republic, UK, and Canada. He's also the founder of HR social group called HR Success Talk, which has 150,000 members, and also a regular blogger. A big round of applause. 150,000 members and a regular blogger. He enjoys guiding young HR professionals in their growing career. He is the founder and trustee of an NGO called Amrita Devi Foundation that works for the women's skill development and employment in the Uttarakhand. He enjoys guiding young HR professionals in their growing careers. So thank you so much, sir, for being with us and collaborating with us. A big round of applause. He will be the moderator for the first panel. Let me introduce the other panel members. Ms. Neha Rana Datta, the panel member. She is the Chief Human Resource Officer of Aspire Hospitality Group. A big round of applause for Madam. She is a typical case of moving from hotel operations to human resources. People operations came to her with ease and naturally as it amalgamates with her inherent personality. She has over 16 years of experience in hospitality and it is going more stronger day by day. A big round of applause. She is currently working with Aspire Hospitality Group as Chief Human Resources Officer. Aspire Hospitality portfolio includes 6 Census Fort, Barwara, Zana Luxury Escapes, and Country Inn and Resorts. By the end of 2023, she will have 15 plus operational hotels and resorts in India. So big round of applause. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us. The second panel member of the first round is Mr. Arpit Jain, sir. I would request you to join the dais for the panel discussion. He is an award-winning human resource management professional with more than 14 years of work experience, carrying a strong track record of delivering quality performance, holding diverse experience with a comprehensive and strategic understanding of HRM, people knowledge and understanding of the business. What else we need? A big round of applause. He has also been appointed as a mentor of change, a change agent he is. A big round of applause for this too. Under Niti Aayog as the Atal Innovation Mission on a pro bono basis, he has appointed mentor of change. He spends 1 to 2 hours every week in one or more such labs and enables the students to experience, learn, and practice future skills. A big round of applause for sir. So we have the 3 panel members and 1 moderator. Girish sir is not there with us, right? We have the Ridhima Bajaj ma'am in the first panel discussion. She is a performance-driven human resource professional with diverse experience in all the areas of operations and human resource management, full cycle recruitment, talent management, negotiation, sourcing, headhunting, employee relations, general HR operations, HR policies, and processes. We welcome you, ma'am. A big round of applause. She is very focused and goal-oriented in approach. She have always been able to deliver under challenging work schedules. She is able to successfully align strategies to the business needs. She is committed to consistent quality performance and ethical behaviors. She is flexible and adaptable to constantly changing environment. So she is also a change agent. She can bring out many changes with her thoughts and views. A big round of applause for the moderator and the panel members. Only these are the members. I would request the Mr. Sandeep sir to Sandeep sir. Why are we? He's not in the first. First. Okay. Sorry, he is in the first panel member. Sorry for the inconvenience. Sandeep Singh Sashin sir he is a HR operation professional, which includes HR, admin, IR insurance with 20 plus years of experience. He's into civil, constructions, engineering, industry, which do execute the infra projects of governments like road, metros, tunnels, highways, hydros, etc. So in other terms, his industry aims into building nations, works and working with an Indian MNC DRA Infracon Private Limited and company executing different engineering vertical in India and overseas. Thank you, sir. Thank you here with us. So we'll start with the panel discussion. Actually, one member of the first panel was not able to reach here, so there was some confusion. Sorry for the inconvenience, the panel members. And we can start the discussion now. Negi, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the introduction. मेरे पैनलिस्ट कह रहे हैं कि जब तक जोरदार ताली नहीं बजेगी तब तक हम स्टार्ट नहीं करेंगे. Well, I actually said जोरदार. So thank you very much. What I can tell you is that today's conversation is going to be an eye-opener for many of you, whether you are a student who are looking for a corporate job, entrepreneurship, or you are a faculty, or you are into corporate relations. This conversation is going to be an eye-opener for you. Year 2023 is a year of lot of confusion. You will see a lot of signals in multiple things, including the trends on hiring freshers. Can I ask, how many of you have some idea? I will not ask you to answer the questions, you can still raise your hands. How many who have some idea of how are hiring trends going on? क्या corporates आज के दिन में freshers hire कर रहे हैं या नहीं कर रहे हैं? ऐसा किसी ने कोई आर्टिकल कुछ पढ़ा है? अगर पढ़ा है तो अपना हाथ रेज कर सकते हैं. This is the question for everybody. Have you have any idea of what's going on with hiring freshers? That's what our topic, right? Campus recruitment. So just raise your hand. और मैंने बोला कि मैं आपसे पूछूंगा नहीं कुछ भी, तो you can tell me whether you have read anything. One person. You're supposed to. 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, looks like less than 1%. 6. Okay, good. So you got it 1% now. 7. Yeah, of course. Oh, there. Yeah, he saw that. 6. So I think then it's going to be more interesting because you will hear a very diverse opinion of what's going on from a corporate campus hiring perspective. चलो आपने पढ़ा तो नहीं है, but आप में से कितने जानने में interested हैं that whether corporates are hiring freshers nowadays or not? How many of you are interested to know that? Raise your hands. Good. And those who are not will still tell you what is it. So there are a lot of conversations happening in the corporate world. And I think we have a perfect panel here to talk about because many people come from diverse industry. And I think the reason why it is good that the panel is from diverse industry is that every industry has a very different opinion on hiring freshers. कुछ इंडस्ट्री कहेंगी कि भाई हम फ्रेशर्स को हायर नहीं कर रहे हैं बिकॉज ऑफ XYG रीजन, कुछ कहेंगे कि हम हायर कर रहे हैं. वी विल ऑल्सो टॉक अबाउट जो हमारे वाइस चांसलर जी बोल रहे थे कि व्हाट इज दैट corporates are looking from a fresher from a skill perspective. We'll definitely going to touch upon that as well. And how can we make a better relationship between industry and academics in going forward? So before I start, my job as a moderator is to give you some facts. And then maybe from there I will go. And of course, my panelists have all the rights to counter me and share their opinion. I work for an IT company, software development company. And software development company is in news nowadays because of not very good things, but mostly because of the things which are trending down. तो अगर आप न्यूज़ देखेंगे तो आप देखेंगे कि जो मेजर IT कंपनीज हैं, उनकी लेटरल हायरिंग भी कम हो गई है और उनकी फ्रेशर्स हायरिंग भी बहुत कम हो गई है, ऑलमोस्ट हाफ. और ये ट्रेंड आप उन ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में ज्यादा देखोगे जो बेसिकली ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, रूटेड आउटसाइड इंडिया. रूटेड आउटसाइड इंडिया मीनिंग दे आर बेस्ड आउटसाइड इंडिया एंड दे हैव ऑफिसेस अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड. But IT companies, those has roots in India, but working for client outside are still doing pretty good. They are still able to have more and more hirings for their organization. Wherein I know my other industries might have different opinion because in the industry depends upon how the growth is and what is their plan for fresher hiring. So we'll touch upon that. With that said, maybe let's go. We have 1 hour with us. I'm going to ask questions to my panelists. They will be answering the questions. What I would request from my audience sitting here is to ask as many as questions you want to ask from this panel. And I don't want to make it more like a question answer round here, but I would like more the audience to ask those questions. And for that, after the first round of the conversation, I will stop to take questions from you. आपके दिमाग में कोई भी क्वेश्चन आ रहा है, छोटा बड़ा, you can ask. No question is big or small, no question is stupid or intelligent. A question is a question. So आपके दिमाग में जो भी question आए, you have all the panelists who have come from far places to be with you here in Meerut. So I think make best out of this. So I'll go with the one round of conversation, and after that maybe I will look up to asking questions. You can raise your hand, you can ask your question, and then we'll take it forward from there. To begin with, Kyoki, Ridhima, I would like to come to you first. We spoke about trends, and I have my own opinions from more like IT industry. But I know non-IT industries have very different trends from freshers hiring. And we have a lot of students here, and they might not have ambitions to go to IT company. They might have ambitions to go to other diverse industries. So from your perspective, अगर आजकल आप market का trend देखो, and there are a lot of technology trends which are coming. हमारा next panel artificial intelligence पे ही बात करने वाला है. तो उसको देखते हुए, in your opinion, what is that you see as a trend from campus hiring and fresher hiring perspective?
Thank you, Govind, firstly for setting the context. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you. Hello to all the students. Less number, but I'm hoping there are other students sitting at the back as well. So, before we move on to the trends that have changed, I think I'd just like to touch upon the fact that, this is here to stay. Whatever changes are there, they are here to stay, and we need to embrace it. COVID-19 sort of pushed us, there was a mind shift change that happened for everyone, and it pushed us towards technology, right? Adapting technology. Matlab, aap chaho, chahe na chaho, you will have to do it, right? So, currently, with regards to campus, we all know that there are, virtual, interviews happening, virtual career fairs happening. Now, I would not say it's true for all the organizations. There's still organizations who are still doing it, in person. And I'm saying that I think it's more hybrid at the moment, where, the initial segregating happens virtually. So if it's an initial test that needs to be given, or a qualifier question, or maybe there's students from different geographies that we want to sort of, have like 100 people or 200 people together, students together. So I think that happens in the initial rounds, and then further up we move to in-person interview discussions. However, there are other industries where it is all happening virtually. So this is something that will only grow and evolve. So one is that, and we move a level up from there, which is AI coming into picture, which is already started. I hope you guys are aware. So there's more of non-verbal cues that will get picked up. There's a lot of, whatever answers you give in, emotions testing, and a lot of other things that will be implemented further in the interview process. Then we move a step ahead. We see these days in our trainings as well, we move to gamified, trainings. So that really sort of tests the creativity of the students. So aapka assessment will happen, in a very gamified way, where we'll be able to test your true potential with various simulations, and, in that whole gamified way. So I think technologically, that's where we are advancing towards, and that's a trend to adapt to. And also, I think there is, a lot of shift to, as the Vice Chancellor, sir, also mentioned, towards skill-based hiring. right? Now gone are those days when, we would go as per the educational base, evaluations basis, your education. That happens, but then that has shifted to skill-based hiring. Now, what is skill-based hiring? So hard skills or soft skills, like you said, technical skills, right? Hard skills where you will have tests or, really technical stuff. And then there are soft skills where you'll be assessed on teamwork, motivation, and how we sort of, organizations have introduced that in their interview structure is that we put it in various stages now. Right, and it is different for different organizations, as Govind said. Some have adapted, some are still adapting. That's also, for the students to know that is here to stay. This, skill-based questioning and skill-based assessment that's going to happen. I think overall, with how technology has helped us, get a wider talent pool. It is very easy for students from, remote areas to now, have campus, online. Of course, there are various platforms also, or there are in-house platforms that organizations have. Then they can remotely sort of, appear for an interview. And that increases, for us as employers, that increases our talent pool. And for the candidate or the student, so if you aspire to work at at an organization which is in the metro cities or the bigger cities, it's become easier for you. So that ways, and I also feel that it has brought a lot of inclusiveness to the whole process. It has brought end-to-end transparency, so I feel that's the trend that's going to stay. A lot of biases that will get abolished from here on, a lot of changes that we might do for, various sets of people, whether suffering from disability. So there's a whole lot of inclusivity that I do see coming into campus into recruitment overall, but more importantly into campus.
Yeah,
So,
thank you. Ridhima, can I ask you that you come from a commercial leasing background and your industry, and I think we have diverse people here.
Yeah.
As I said, in IT industry, I see a slowdown in fresher hiring. I will not say that stop, but I could tell you it's 50-40% than what we did last year.
Yeah.
From an industry, not your company perspective, your industry perspective, in commercial leasing, like what is the trend you see? Do you see your industry is hiring more than last year or less than last year or the same? No change?
I think, thanks, Govind. We were having this discussion while we were on the way today, and I was just saying last year especially has been massive in terms of recruitment. And I was asking, my fellow panelists that what happened all of a sudden. And, I spoke to a lot of industry people, and they all had the same, I think they all had the same pressure of recruitment throughout the year. I think it's more to do with everybody coming back, with the whole normalcy coming back, with work from home, then hybrid, then everybody resuming work. So there's a lot of recruitment, and it's only going up. Last year, this was the case. We've just begun with this year, which is the first quarter, but it's the same this year as well.
So there's no change. You're still hiring the way you hired, and you think this hiring is up. Great.
Yeah.
And Sandeep, very quickly, in your view, in your industry of infrastructure, is the fresher hiring less, more, same than last year? Quickly.
जय हिंद सबसे पहले शुक्रिया एंड सत श्री अकाल टू ऑल. मेरा ज़्यादातर जो कन्वर्सेशन रहेगा शायद हिंदी में रहे. आई थिंक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होनी चाहिए. ठीक है, थैंक यू.
That means everybody should speak in Hindi.
नहीं बॉस, मुझे आने में सबसे अच्छा ग्रीट मिला जय हिंद करके, तो इट इज गुड. एंड एज अ वाइस चांसलर इज रिटायर्ड ऑल दोस थिंग्स, सो इट इज जय हिंद टू फॉर दैट. ओके, कंस्ट्रक्शन. ओके, अभी सबसे पहले मैं आपके पॉइंट पे आता हूँ, इंडस्ट्री टू इंडस्ट्री. ठीक है, तो डेफिनेटली जो हायरिंग है डिपेंड करती है इंडस्ट्री क्या है.
इन योर इंडस्ट्री आई वाज आस्किंग कि आपकी इंडस्ट्री में क्या.
हाँ, वही कह रहा हूँ. तो हमारी इंडस्ट्री टोटली डिपेंड करती है प्रोजेक्ट्स के ऊपर. लाइक हमारी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री है, वी आर डूइंग गवर्नमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स, मेट्रोज, टनल्स, रोड्स, हाईवेज, रनवेज. सो ऑल दीज आर राइट नाउ. नितिन गडकरी जी ने एक निश्चय लिया है कि आई हैव टू डेवलप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फॉर इंडिया. ऑलरेडी वाइस चांसलर सर सेड कि इतनी ट्रिलियन की मेरी इकोनॉमी इंडिया की जाएगी, तो उसके लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज वेरी 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 मच इंपॉर्टेंट. सो वी आर डिपेंडेंट ऑन बेसिकली गवर्नमेंट कितने प्रोडक्ट्स निकालती है, तो हम टेंडर करते हैं. तो डेफिनेटली आज के ट्रेंड में, आज की डेट में मेरी कैंपस हायरिंग पिछले 3 सालों में रैपिडली इंक्रीज हुई है.
That's great. So it has increased from the last year.
Too
That's
much.
good. Somit, you have somebody you should reach out to. Okay, Arpit, what about you? You are into the cargo industry. Is it more, less, or same as last year?
Good afternoon, everyone. So if I would talk about, from the hiring perspective, so we are basically the manpower supplier, and we are having a manpower strength of somewhere around 7,000 in India. And yes, it has tremendously increased from last year in the entire aviation sector, because this is the sector which is growing day by day.
Awesome. Thank you, Arpit. Neha, you are from hospitality, right? What is your situation? Do you hire freshers?
Oh, we do all the time, all the time.
Okay.
So, fortunately, we have hotels in leisure cities. Now, when it comes to leisure business, fortunately, again, pandemic did not hit leisure business as much as it did hit the business cities. So, leisure was the first city to open up. People were running out of their, home cities and wanted to go out, holiday, relax. So we thankfully never went down. Yes, there was an initial setback during pandemic, but then it went on scaling up. While it went on scaling up, we have been continuing to hire freshers then, now. Rather, I would say the requirement is way more than the availability in the market. So, we struggle by not finding enough talent to train in the near future. But yes, there is enough and more requirement.
Awesome. Thank you, Neha. And the reason I wanted to ask this question is to give you a flavor, to at least answer a question that what's going on in the industry. Is it that the campus hiring and freshers hiring are going up, going down? And as you can see, there was a mixed response. Sandeep said that it's more than the last year. We have Ridhima said same as the last year. Arpit said it's also more than the last year. And Neha is saying we need more. Like, we don't have people in the market to have. And IT, of course, I'm saying, has gone 50% down. So I think that's a good one, right? It's a good trend that we have opportunities for freshers who are looking to have a corporate job. So that's great. Now, as we're talking about the way India is growing right now, right? And we were talking about the charter for at least 2027. We want to be a 3 trillion, industry. And that one of the major factor of that is to upgrade our talent from colleges and universities. And a lot has to change. And Neha, I would like to ask that from you, is that as we go, whether you talk about artificial intelligence, whether you talk about, a lot of students nowadays want entrepreneurship. They don't even want to do jobs. They want to be entrepreneur. Or corporates have a very different expectations from campus and students. And I also see that industry and academics have come a lot closer than it was earlier, right? So with all that in mind, Neha, in your view, looking at 5 years from now, what are the changes you're gonna see the way industry or all of us are hiring freshers?
Absolutely. First of all, good morning to everyone. I think we need attention in this room. It should not be that the panelists are talking to each other and the row there is like half asleep. I think the faculty needs to waken up themselves, because students are actually more focused here. So before we start this, I'm sure, Ridhima has already covered a few points in artificial intelligence, virtual hiring campus. To elaborate slightly more on that, virtual hiring campus is become the need of the hour. Nobody today has the time and availability at hand to travel to campuses physically and do it the old school way. with the intervention of AI, high volume tasks are handled so nicely. It's just so comfortable. आपको अगर 1000 CV दिए जाते हैं और 1000 CV में आपको competency mapping करनी है, in the old school way, I will go through the entire CV and see what suits best for me. But in today's day and age, I just upload those CVs on a AI, source box, and it's done. I tell the competencies that I'm looking for. If they do feature in the CVs, it does get shortlisted and move forward. Now, it has a drawback as well. What if the institutes or the colleges that you are studying in, they don't tell you to write those strengths? So AI is advantageous, it is disadvantageous as well. आप एक standard phraseology लिख दो that I am hardworking, my strength is time management, my strength is team collaboration, but the employer is looking for 3 different competencies which doesn't feature in your CV at all. So I think we need to start looking at it, the trends of campus hiring from the campuses side. I have a slightly different perspective here, because I think what the campuses need to do is to do an extensive focus on building campus intelligence. Gone are the days कि आप एक notification लगा दो notice board पे, जी campus hiring है, फलाना फलाना employer आ रहा है, और जिसने बैठना interview के लिए वो अपना नाम register करा दो. I don't think that should be the strategy anymore. There has to be a competency heat map, which has to be done before the employers come for interview. As a college, while you're teaching, more than us, the faculty knows कि कौन सा बच्चा कौन सी job opportunity clear कर पाएगा या नहीं कर पाएगा, because they have spent 3-4 years with you or 2 years with you, explaining you. They know your academic strength, number 1. They know your personal strength. आप कब तक fake कर सकते हो कि मैं hardworking हूँ? 2 साल में faculty को तो पता चल ही जाएगा कि ये hardworking है या नहीं है. So we need to go back to the campus, and here the point is that, the campus jobs doesn't finish once the course finishes. It only finishes when the child gets placed or when the student gets placed in an opportunity of their choice. मैं A बनना चाहता था, मैं A बन गया. That is when the campus has done their job correctly. So I think building a campus intelligence is something that needs to go a long way. The second part, again, I would say from employer's perspective, I would say that marketing is not like one-way traffic now. Employees or future employees or prospective employees don't need to market themselves only. I think employers ko bhi market karna padega for effective campus hiring. I would again say, people are not interested in joining a 20-year-old company which is established, been there, done that. Nowadays, as Govind rightly said in the beginning, more and more people want to become entrepreneurs. More and more people want to join startups because there is immense growth. There is no point becoming Andho mein Kana Raja. It is extremely important that you make a mark of your own. And to do that, employer needs to market themselves in campus hirings. So how will I do that? I don't think LinkedIn is the only professional network here. I think people are more socially available. I think Facebook और Instagram के ज़्यादा subscriptions होंगे इस room में, ना कि इतने subscriptions LinkedIn पे होंगे. Instagram पे सब लोग हैं, Facebook पे सब लोग हैं, LinkedIn में कुछ होंगे.
पूछ लेते हैं सवाल. चलिए कितने?
How many people on Instagram?
हाथ खड़ा कीजिए.
It's a fair large number. How many people on Facebook? And how many on LinkedIn? Wow. So now you see, it is a comparable number. जितने प्रोफेशनल नेटवर्क पे हैं उतने ही सोशल नेटवर्क पे हैं. And the fact that social network will let an employer branding happen vastly. अगर मैं LinkedIn पे हूँ आज, I am because I want to search a job opportunity. My father is not on LinkedIn. My father is on Instagram. He wants to see what is happening in the world. You know, tomorrow I tell him I'm going to a ABC company. He says, मैंने देखा था Instagram पे उनका post आया था. So it's about social brand presence. It's about creating brand presence from employer side. As much as it is important कि futuristic employees or prospective employees are going to market themselves to the employer in a campus drive, it is even more important to market as an employer to the student that come join us. We give the best culture. We give the best employee facilities. We have the best succession plan in India. So that's what is there. The last leg that I'd like to add is building a campus ambassador program. Now, this is something I've done in my recent past, and it is also a trend, and I'm sure this trend is going to go further. इसमें हम क्या करते हैं? We do a campus hiring. We select and shortlist the students in their second year itself, not in their third year. So we select these 40 students whom we want to join in an ABC company. Post that selection, we engage the trainers and the faculty of the same college in an additional training program, which is going to train these students, these 40 students, for our trainings, our brand trainings. So the employee is delivering day one when he or she comes on board. They know what is the brand culture. They know what are the brand elements. They know what is the service philosophy. They know the basics of the brand. उससे क्या होएगा जब ये स्टूडेंट उस ब्रांड को ज्वाइन करेगा, द फर्स्ट 6 months जो कि हर ब्रांड के जाते हैं अपने फ्रेशर टैलेंट में इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए, दैट गेट्स इरेज्ड. Day one say that fresher is equivalent to an experienced employee to a great extent. I wouldn't say 100% because कुछ चीजें तो आप experience से ही सीखोगे. But then it gives you largely a perspective कि मैं किस company में काम कर रहा हूँ, मुझे यहाँ कैसे काम करना है. So building brand ambassador programs is a great thing which is now between employer and college collaboration. And I've done this in the past and it has worked beautifully in one of my past hotels. And these students were probably the brightest set of freshers which were hired. अगर 100 फ्रेशर्स हायर हुए थे, 40 हमारे प्री एम्बेसडर ट्रेनिंग से आए थे और 60 हमारे रेगुलर इंस्टीट्यूट से आए विद अ होटल मैनेजमेंट डिग्री. The 40 did so much better than the 60 because they were already trained on a few elements and they always had an upper edge. So I think these 3 trends alongside Ridhima's addition with virtual campus hiring and artificial intelligence, marks what is the next 5 years of campus hiring going to look like.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's really awesome. I have picked 3 at least, not from the bulleted point you said, but I think a lot of people here are on LinkedIn, and that's a great thing because leveraging LinkedIn as a network. But I would say don't make LinkedIn Facebook. Use LinkedIn like LinkedIn, right? Try to connect with people, have professional conversation with them. I think that's a huge topic in itself, that how do you leverage LinkedIn for getting jobs, for branding, for your own personal branding, even if you're a student or you are a corporate team member. The second is, I think you touched upon a very important point called employer branding. So ऐसा नहीं है कि केवल students and universities are behind corporates to get their students' place. It is other way around as well. आजकल corporates भी universities and campuses में जाके अपनी branding करना चाहते हैं. They want to get best of the best. अगर आप देखें जब कैंपस हायरिंग शुरू होती है तो बहुत सारे कॉर्पोरेट्स कहते हैं वी वांट द फर्स्ट लॉट टू कम टू द कैंपस हायरिंग precisely because they want the best of the student, because majority of universities and colleges have a criteria that if you are got an offer once, you are not expected or supposed to sit in the second campus. So every corporate wants the cream of the students out there. So there is an aspect of employer branding, which means the students are also getting choosy. And the last aspect I would say is that, of course, there are LinkedIn and social media, But events like that, and I think my panelists would agree with that, that events like this, how do you make best out of this? One way, you can sit opposite to the conversation. You can listen to the views. You can go beyond, ask more questions, because when you ask question, you get attention. But beyond that also, you can find any of us, whether panel 1, panel 2, on LinkedIn, and have a connection with a personalized note saying that you met us there, or you saw us there, and you want to stay connected. You can go beyond that too by just catching any of us, exchanging cards, taking our numbers, and being in touch on WhatsApp. Now that's the efforts you have to make. Because sometimes students feel that मेरा placement तो मेरे university और college का responsibility है, मैंने तो आके fees pay कर दी है, मेरे parents को तो बोला गया था कि इतने लाख रुपए दे दो और हम इतने लाख की आपको job दिला देंगे, पर ऐसा तो होता नहीं है ना. There is a process you have to go through, right? I know, and I would like to share that HR Success Talk as a community, we have many students as volunteers. And I'll tell you a story without taking name of the university. One of the students joined as a volunteer. He joined as a volunteer. Now when he joins as a volunteer, he knows all the people. Because he's talking to Sandeep, he's talking to Ridhima, he's talking to Arpit, he's talking to Neha. Now one day Neha suddenly realized, this is a great person. मैंने पूछा आप करते क्या हो? उसने पूछा मैं तो एमबीए का फ्रेशर हूँ. तो उसने पूछा अच्छा तेरा कोर्स कब खत्म हो रहा है? बस मैम 6 महीने बाद खत्म. तू मेरे पास ही आ जा. Because you are so good in follow up, you are so good in talking, I need person like you. Then gradually that person becomes so popular among the community, he started giving leads back to the corporate team saying कि मैडम संदीप के पास भी संदीप जी के पास भी opportunity है, रिधिमा के पास भी है, and now the corporate starts coming to college. Now how one person from a university actually became a brand ambassador, and then that gives an impression कि जैसा वो बच्चा है शायद सारे बच्चे ऐसे ही होंगे. So he created the complete brand for the university. You can also be that brand ambassador. It's up to you guys. But not taking much time here. I'll go to Sandeep. So Sandeep, and I would request all of you, remind all of you that after I'm done with my questions, I would like to ask the audience to ask questions. Either you can write your questions on a piece of paper if it is available. If you are shy in raising your hands and speaking on the mic or without mic, if you're shy, you can write it down. If you don't have a paper and pen, you can WhatsApp to any of like Mr. Amit ko WhatsApp kar dijiyega, he will give me the questions. Or if you are not shy, you can raise your hands and I will give the chance first to those who will raise their hands to ask questions from this panel. So Sandeep, hum aapke paas chalte hain, and you are from infrastructure industry, and I'm sure you have a vast experience. You have been part of a lot of panels. So आपका जो basically purview है बहुत large है. मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि अभी हमने बात की the trend changes in 5 years in how campus is happening. I'm more focusing it towards like artificial intelligence, automation, all those things which are coming up. Do you think specifically about that कि कोई ट्रेंड चेंज होने वाला? अगर मैं आज मेरठ के किसी कॉलेज का करना हो and you are based out of Noida, would you come to Meerut? Would you use any technology? Or is there any other tool you would like to use from like a selection perspective? What changes you think will happen in future? So what do you?
I come to Meerut. Definitely. सुबह आते हुए भी डिस्कशन हो रहा था, एंड ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन मैंने चैट जीपीटी पे डाला और वही आंसर्स मिले हैं जो बेस ओल्ड स्कूल हैं. क्या है? टेक्निकल डिफिकल्टीज, असेसमेंट चैलेंज, ऑन बोर्डिंग इंटीग्रेशन, नेटवर्किंग, ये सब चीजें हैं. ठीक है, एक चीज जरूर मिलेगी, वो है टाइम सेविंग होगा, कॉस्ट सेविंग होगी, बट अल्टीमेटली अगेन इंडस्ट्री टू इंडस्ट्री. मेरी इंडस्ट्री वैसी नहीं है जो एआई के बेस के ऊपर बैठे. मेरी इंडस्ट्री वो है फेस टू फेस चाहिए तो चाहिए, वेदर इट इज एन अ सुपरवाइजर, वेदर इट इज एन अ सीनियर लेवल. अब भी जस्ट 15 days ago रेल शक्ति यूनिवर्सिटी में कैंपस क्लोज किया. अनफॉर्चुनेटली किसी रीजन से हम नहीं जा पाए, टिकट्स कैंसिल हुई, लेकिन कैंपस किया. सुबह 9:30 बजे से लेके शाम को 3:30 बज गए ऑनलाइन. 4 पैनलिस्ट, इंटरव्यूज, 1-to-1 सेशंस, एवरीथिंग डिड. सिर्फ इतना था हम फिजिकल नहीं थे, लेकिन वो था. अदरवाइज प्लान टू गो देयर. तो मेरी इंडस्ट्री वैसी नहीं है कि चाहे टेक्नोलॉजी कुछ भी आ जाए, वी आर ऑन ग्राउंड पीपल, वी हैव टू एग्जीक्यूट द थिंग्स ऑन ग्राउंड विद सैंड, विद वाटर, वेदर इट इज रेन, स्टॉर्म और 40 डिग्री टेम्परेचर. सो वी रिक्वायर दोज पीपल, एंड फॉर दैट हमें पर्सनल इंटरेक्शन चाहिए उन स्टूडेंट्स के कि वो आगे क्या कर सकते हैं. दैट्स इट.
Thank you, Sandeep. So I think you are absolutely right. There is an element of physical interaction, and there is nothing which beats it. Like, look at today, right? Nothing beats a personal interaction than a virtual interaction. I think there's no doubt about it. And I like the idea that you would like to do it, because there are many people nowadays who talks about artificial and virtual and kind of losing that touch, but it's good that this is still there. And then there is an element of remote workforce. And I'll come to your question, but let me take this little bit of survey, and then maybe I'll ask one more question to you. And let me ask the audience here. So whether it is students, faculties, anybody can participate in this, this question. You just have to simply raise your hand. My question to you is, अगर आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी दी जाए, तो आप में से कितने लोग ऐसी कंपनी में काम करना चाहेंगे जो आपको परमानेंटली घर से काम करना अलाउ करती है? रेज योर हैंड्स.
वेरी नाइस क्वेश्चन.
ओके, अभी कुछ लोग शायद क्वेश्चन बाद में. ओके, एक बार और करते हैं ताकि क्विकली इसको रैप अप करें. देन आई विल मूव टू संदीप. आप में से कितने लोगों को अगर चांस मिले तो आप ऐसी कंपनी में काम करना चाहेंगे जो घर से काम अलाउ करती है, आपको ऑफिस आना ही नहीं है? ओके, रेज डाउन योर हैंड्स. आप में से कितने ऐसे लोग हैं जो ऐसी कंपनी में काम करना चाहते हैं जो आपको ऑफिस बुलाए? So am I like 50-50? Okay. So Sandeep, question to you. Now, this is the first time I'm seeing 50-50. So far I have seen 80-20. 80 wants to do work from home. 20 wants to come to office. और ये जो 50 है भी है ना, बोल रहे हैं हम कहते हैं घर से काम, यहाँ ऑफिस का काम करेंगे. इनको अगर बगल में ले जाके पूछोगे तो उनसे क्या नाम है, हमें तो घर से ही करा दो काम, है ना? तो ये ट्रेंड बहुत चल रहा है आजकल. बट या आई कैन विद द सर्वे यू कैन से एटलीस्ट 50-50. बट 50 लाइक एक जमाना था जब कभी आप सोच ही नहीं सकते थे कि घर से भी काम होगा, है ना? मतलब ऐसी इंडस्ट्री में जहाँ पॉसिबल ही नहीं है, वहां भी पॉसिबल हो रहा है आजकल, राइट? एटलीस्ट टू द एक्सटेंट दे कैन डू. तो ये रिमोट वर्क से ये पूरे हायरिंग ट्रेंड्स पे क्या फर्क आने वाला है? दैट आई वांटेड टू नो.
रिमोट वर्क से हायरिंग ट्रेंड पे फर्क, अगेन मतलब बार बार सॉरी, मैं उस चीज पे जरूर आऊंगा, इंडस्ट्री टू इंडस्ट्री. ठीक है, मेरी इंडस्ट्री में तो फर्क आएगा. हम रिमोट से काम कर ही नहीं सकते. रोड बना नहीं सकते. Sorry to say, but fact.
Now, why are sorry? Of course, road is. Please don't make road sitting at home.
वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ. वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ.
Go there with the bulldozer and all, right?
ठीक है. नहीं, बुलडोजर भी कौन चलाएगा?
हाँ, मतलब जाओ प्लीज, मतलब घर पे बैठ के मत करना. वैसे ही बहुत गड्ढे हैं, आप और घर से बनाओ.
नहीं होगा. So मतलब अगर इंडस्ट्री स्पेसिफिक की बात करोगे, शायद एक फर्क पड़े कि जो आईटी इंडस्ट्री है, इट्स इन सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट. क्लाइंट यूएस बैठा है, यूके बैठा है, दैट कैन बी हैपन. और अभी भी आफ्टर कोविड ये 3 साल होने वाले हैं, आई थिंक थिंग्स आर वेरी नॉर्मलाइज नाउ. वापस हर चीज नॉर्मलाइज हो गई है, लेकिन फिर भी कुछ आईटी कंपनीज ने 2025 तक वर्क फ्रॉम होम करके ही दिया है कि आपको आना ही नहीं है, तो वो उनका काम चल जाएगा. कोविड के टाइम पे कौन सी ऐसी इंडस्ट्री है जो 24/7 तब भी काम कर रही थी, इवन लॉकडाउन था? इट इज योर कंज्यूमर, इट इज योर सिविल इंडस्ट्री, इट इज योर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग. वो चलना है तो चलना है. सो दैट इज द डिफरेंस कि कौन सी इंडस्ट्री रिमोट पे है और कौन सी नहीं है, तो फर्क वहां आएगा. दैट्स इट.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. एंड संदीप, वो जो कंपनियों की बात कर रहे थे ना, 2025 तक घर से काम करने अलाउ कर रही है, उनमें से एक हमारी कंपनी भी है. सो ये जो 50% लोगों ने बोला है ना कि दे आर हैप्पी टू वर्क फ्रॉम होम, मेरिट बैठ के काम करेंगे सर हम, वो मुझसे कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं. बाकी 50% मैंने देख लिया था कौन कौन है जो ऑफिस से काम करना चाहते हैं, वो बाकी 4 लोगों से बात करें.
लेकिन उनसे ये पूछो, क्या वो बाहर जाके फन एंजॉय करना चाहेंगे तो दे विल रेज ऑल देयर हैंड्स. लेकिन उसी में से पर्सनली पूछोगे जाके कि डेफिनेटली दे वांट टू वर्क, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं एक लिमिटेशन है वर्क फ्रॉम होम की.
बहुत बोरिंग है वर्क फ्रॉम होम,
बहुत बोरिंग है.
यू आस्क मी.
Yes, it's boring because they are the young generation. They have get the time for their own social things, but they are missing which I think हमने वो miss नहीं किया, the emotions with our social networking. वो आज की डेट में जो है ना, वो एंड्रॉइड में और गेम्स में रह गए हैं.
इससे पहले कि संदीप का पूरा पैशन बाहर आए, लेट्स मूव ऑन to the next topic, and I'll go to a very important topic जो शायद हर स्टूडेंट जानना चाहता होगा यहाँ पे. And let me ask you, how many of you want to know that? देखिए, एक क्वेश्चन ना हमेशा होता है कि भाई मुझे जॉब करनी है. पहले तो पूछ लेते हैं कितने लोग जॉब करना चाहते हैं. How many of you want to do a job after your graduation is complete or masters is complete? कितने जॉब करना चाहते हैं, हाथ खड़ा करना जरा. अच्छा. और कितने ऐसे हैं जो एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं, अपना कुछ शुरू करना चाहते हैं. That's good. कुछ लोग ऐसे जो कुछ भी नहीं करना चाहते हैं. क्या? How many of you wants to chill और कुछ नहीं करना चाहते हैं?
हाँ, अब ये या खड़े हो जाओ और बताओ कि क्या करना चाहते हैं ये.
अरे, you don't have options. All right. So, and I think that's a very good point, that there are a lot of people who wants to go for a corporate job, but now there is an increasing percentage, still lesser than the corporate jobs, but there is an increase in the percentage of the students who wants to do entrepreneurship. And I'm seeing that universities are also encouraging it. What can be better than having entrepreneurs who produce jobs as opposed to seeking jobs? And there's nothing wrong in it. Nothing wrong in a corporate job, nothing wrong in entrepreneurship, nothing wrong in chilling out. As long as your financials are okay, there's nothing wrong in that as well. But question ये है, चाहे आपको entrepreneurship में जाना है, चाहे आपको एक corporate life में जाना है, कहीं ना कहीं question आता है कि ये corporates लोगों को चाहिए क्या होता है? What is that they want? English चाहिए होती है, ज्यादा बोलने वाला चाहिए होता है, कम बोलने वाला चाहिए होता है, अच्छे कपड़े पहनने वाला चाहिए होता है, एनालिटिकल माइंड चाहिए, नहीं चाहिए, ऐसा जो स्टोरी बना सके, ऐसा जो स्टोरी ना बना सके. What kind of person corporate people look for? So we have Arpit with us today to answer this question कि भैया कॉर्पोरेट्स के लोगों को क्या चाहिए होता है जब वो किसी कॉलेज में जाते हैं, यूनिवर्सिटी में जाते हैं और इंटरव्यूज करते हैं, चाहे रोबोट से करवाते हैं, चाहे खुद जाते हैं, पर चाहिए क्या होता है. तो आज आप प्लीज सारे बच्चों की दुविधा दूर करें.
दुविधा जरूर दूर होगी. गोविंद, like you already said the context and have explained almost all the points like analytical skills, communication skills. But I would like to focus a couple of points here and would definitely like to bring perspective to the psychology, right? So there are two kinds of intelligence which human brains have. One is fluid intelligence and crystallized intelligence. And fluid intelligence, which is your natural, like, the analytical kind of ability. And the crystallized intelligence, which you acquire from your experience, right? So after 5, 6, 10 years of experience, you probably would develop something that would be called fluid intelligence and crystallized. So it is liquid intelligence or crystallized intelligence. Right. So while we recruit from campuses, we focus on liquid or fluid intelligence, right? And we have many tools to assess you. There is a general intelligence assessment test, which many organizations, they are into business of this. We hire them to assist you people. They would be understanding your aptitude. They would be understanding your analytical skills. And like Vice Chancellor was mentioning this, that there is a threat of unemployable, whether these people would be employable or not. So the same threat is with us. Probably the kind of technologies or the kind of methodologies we are using nowadays for the recruitment after 5 years, probably they would become redundant. We would not be using them. So more what we look for in a candidate when we go for the campuses is their interpersonal and communication skills. So I'm not telling you that all the jobs would require fancy English, fancy jargons. I wanted to say that you should be having that capability where you would be able to comprehend your knowledge, whatever they are asking, whether you are able to communicate properly or not, right? Of course, they would be from various parameters. We understand from various parameters whether you are, one of the panel member has already mentioned it, whether you have learning quotient or not, right? You want to learn, you want to explore new things or not. And we have scientific tools. It would not be having any human biases. We are having scientific tools, and these are in the environment of assessment centers, right? We see whether that candidate is having entrepreneurial mindset or not. So if I'm talking about entrepreneurial mindset, nowadays people want freedom in their job. They don't want any kind of micromanagement. Because though if you're not having entrepreneurial mindset, even then you would not be finding very healthy if somebody is micromanaging. Micromanaging means आपको छोटी छोटी सी चीज़ों पर टोकना, आपने डॉट नहीं लगाया, आपने फुल स्टॉप नहीं किया, आपने ये प्रेजेंटेशन में इस तरीके से स्लाइड क्रिएट नहीं किया, ये डेटा क्रिएट नहीं किया, right? So whether you are by your own you are learning these skills or not, right? Nowadays Excel, a very common Microsoft Office, the complete Microsoft Office, whether you have learned this thing in your campuses or not, during your formal education or not. Right? Probably these things you would not be understanding while you are into the classes, but once you would find yourself in the corporate setup, people would only be talking about, have you created this presentation? Have you prepared this data? Have you spoken to that client? Means the quality conversations, right? This is one of the desired skill which we look for, and all these through the scientific setup. So I would again summarize these 3-4 points. Of course, your liquid or fluid intelligence means your analytical. So read as much as you can, means kind of case studies, small caselets, which will develop your academic understanding, analytical skills, aptitude. You have to upgrade or you have to elevate your aptitude. And of course, the quality conversation, interpersonal and good communication skills. So these are the few skills which we look for while we recruit freshers from the colleges.
Thank you, Arpit. Thank you for, I think that's a great one. I never thought of the fluid and crystallized intelligence. That's a great learning for us as well. With that said, let's go to the audience for questions. Are you guys ready? How is the Josh? दोबारा पूछो. Let's start again. How is the Josh? इन लोगों का बड़ा हाई है. इधर के स्पीकर हमारे थोड़ा काम नहीं कर रहे.
मैं मतलब जो स्टूडेंट्स बैठे हैं, मतलब ऑलरेडी नेगी जी ने बड़ा अच्छा स्टार्टिंग में बोल दिया था. आप स्टूडेंट्स हो, आपका क्वेश्चन सवाल पूछना बनता है, पूछो. किसी के मार्क्स नहीं कटेंगे, कोई यहाँ पे जजमेंट नहीं है, बट ये आपके खुद के लिए बहुत अच्छा है. वो कॉन्फिडेंस लेके आओ. सो जस्ट आस्क, कुछ भी है दिमाग में. अभी नेगी जी ने सही बोला कि गलत क्वेश्चन कुछ नहीं होता, स्टूपिड क्वेश्चन कुछ नहीं होता. सवाल है. आपकी क्यूरियोसिटी आपका माइंड है. इवन की सीनियर सिटीजन कैन ऑल्सो, जो सामने बैठे हैं, कैन आस्क मीन्स एनीथिंग. तो प्लीज मेक योर जोश हाई. उड़ी सबने देखी है, रोंगटे खड़े होते हैं, तो ऐसे ही पूछो सवाल. नेगी जी यहीं बैठे हैं जवाब देने के लिए.
चलिए, let's start. Anybody who wants to ask question, raise your hands. Yeah, Ken. Okay, we have some hands raised out there. So I'll take you first and then you, right? So I'll start with you. What's your question? Okay, so it looks like this is a question for me because he asked about IT. बाहर मिलना था मुझे. So I think it won't differ from what Arpit looks for, right? एक अगर आप IT professional, you said you're in BCA, right? I can tell you a primary difference which is going on in technology. You can sit down, please. In technology nowadays, एक जमाना था जब बोला जाता था कि आपको .NET आता है, आपको जावा आता है, आपको C# आती है. आजकल ये क्वेश्चन पूछने बंद कर दिए गए. आजकल पूछा जाता है, do you have a technology mindset? Now, what is the difference between knowing .NET, Java and a technology mindset is that technology आप कोई भी सीख सकते हो. अगर आपको देखो programming logic techniques होते हैं, right? If you are logically okay, आप कोई भी syntax सीख के उसको implement कर सकते हो. You might need 2 months, 3 months training. कुछ दिनों पहले I was meeting a company in Mumbai, and you know what technology they work on? Low code, no code. सुना है कभी आपने? ये तो सारी टेक्नोलॉजी को वाइप आउट करने वाला है. उसमें आपको कोडिंग ही नहीं करनी होती है. आप अगर एक कोई बेसिक लैंग्वेज जानते हैं तो आपको एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म दिया जाता है जो सब कुछ अपने आप करता है. और ये बहुत ज्यादा फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर में पॉपुलर हो रहा है. बट वो उसी कॉन्सेप्ट पे बेस्ड है कि आपके पास टेक्नोलॉजी माइंडसेट होनी चाहिए. तो आप कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी सीख लीजिए, फ्रंट एंड सीख लीजिए, बैक एंड सीख लीजिए, क्लाउड सीख लीजिए, बट नेवर फिक्स योरसेल्फ ऑन वन टेक्नोलॉजी कि मैं तो .NET का बंदा हूं, मैं जावा नहीं कर सकता. बट कल को क्या पता कंपनी के पास .NET का बिजनेस ना हो, जावा का हो. वुड यू से नो टू इट? इफ यू से नो, दे से ठीक है, बाय बाय टाटा. बट इफ यू वांट टू ग्रो, then you have to be technology agnostic. You don't have to depend on technology. That will be my advice. These are the questions they will ask. They will never come and ask .NET questions to you. So that's what you can expect. Thank you. After him. Okay. You can meet outside also. Go ahead. We have limited time, so I'm just trying to be quick.
And if yes, what is the conversion rate from the internship to the employability? Thank you.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll give it to Ridhima. Ridhima, the question is, do you have internship program, and what is your conversion rate from internship to employment?
Yeah. So we do have the internship program. Now, of course, it'll depend on what the role is, but these days it's for all. So it's for sales, for leasing, for digital, for tech. And the conversion ratio usually, I'd say, is an 80% because we do like to absorb all our interns. And, as Neha mentioned, we start this, academia industry relation very early on with some of the colleges where we are already training them, for in the skills that our company requires. So that's, we do pick up interns at a very early level. And even if we're picking up from other, colleges, I think the culture fitment and everything is tested on a very early stage. So yeah, the absorption and the conversion is high.
So it's 80% for Ridhima. And I would like to be quick because to be careful of the time and give him the complete answer because he might be expecting from other industry. Sandeep, what's the percentage of your industry? Do you hire interns? Yes or no? What percentage you convert to employment?
Yes, we hired intern. and 90% we turn into employment क्योंकि प्रोजेक्ट्स इंफ्रा इतना आ रहा है तो कहाँ पे आप उनको करोगे, मतलब छोड़ तो नहीं सकते जो अच्छे मार्क्स लेके आ रहे हैं इन टर्म्स के बाद फाइनल एग्जाम्स कम ऑन बोर्ड, दैट्स सिंपल.
Arpit,
So around 70 or 60 to 70% we hire freshers. So if I would compare the intake in my organization, then 60 to 70% are freshers because of course we are the manpower provider company. And if I would talk about the internship perspective, then almost 60 to 70% because we have very structured orientation program for these internship. If they are qualifying certain assessments, then only we would take in. So it is 60 to 70%.
I think we have a similar ratio of 60 to 70% who get absorbed as employees. The one we lose is because of location constraints, because in internship, there is no geographical preference given per se. The college chooses the, employers where an internship is being offered. The students go and do their internship for a temporary phase, whereas employment is a permanent affair. So people tend to choose employment opportunities which is close to their place of comfort, where it's close to the place they study, close to the place they stay. So what we lose is not per se because they didn't gel well in the system, but because of more so geographical preference, because we have pan-India leisure hotels.
इसमें नेगी जी एक ऐड करना चाहूंगा पॉइंट. 18-19 में व्हाट वी डू, मैंने एलपी यूनिवर्सिटी जलंधर से इंटर्न किया बच्चों के साथ यूनिवर्सिटी मिलके. सो नॉर्मली इंटर्न इज 6 months लाइक दैट. 9 months और 10 months का प्रोग्राम शेड्यूल किया, बुलाया, इंटर्न किया. आई थिंक हायर्ड अराउंड 29 स्टूडेंट्स. अब 9 महीने जब आप बच्चे को रख रहे हो, सो इट इज गिविंग अ बर्थ टू अ चाइल्ड लाइक दैट ओनली. ठीक है, बच्चा फेमिलियर है कंपनी में, क्या है, किस सेक्टर काम कर रहा है, हर चीज है, सिर्फ आना है, उसको पेपर देके जाना और वापस आना काम करना. सो दैट इज द बेस्ट पॉलिसी व्हिच वी डू इन दैट वे.
perfect. Thank you very much for sharing. We can't take more questions, guys. Thank you very much. You can take us outside. Okay, Amit, we can't say no to you.
One question related to the same thing we were discussing about. So when I talk about internship, it's not very easy to get internship for students. Especially when it comes to engineering background students, let us talk about CSIT candidates or engineering candidates, as sir is talking about. If I talk about civil, mechanical, electrical, EC, CSIT, then it is really a challenge to get them internship because no company is having this much time to train them for 45 days or 2 months, and after that, let us say them, okay, bye, beta, take this certificate and go. So it's I don't think so. Why I face this problem, but I face. If I talk about management courses, then every second we have a call, sir, we need interns, we need interns, we need. What is the reason behind? Or if I am lacking somewhere, or is it the reality of the industry?
No, it's not the reality of the industry. So, end of the day, if you look at IT industry, they also have, like Arpit said, he has a certain percentage of people they take as a fresher. Now, depending upon whether you are a service IT industry or board IT industry, the percentage changes. So, board IT companies tend to take lower number of people as fresher. Services companies still take their chances there because if they are converting them into software engineers, they will be comparatively, let's say, 6 lakh rupees a year they start with, but they can bill them at a higher rate. So they do have that program. And I think we have very similar program as Neha's, that we go to 3rd year because the BTech is 4. So we go to 3rd year, pick people from 4th year and train them for the whole year and put a lot of energy out there. And I think, I know it's not only the company I'm talking about, it's a lot of other companies do the same. I'll tell you where you might be facing the problem is that, and I think that is one of the aspects I wanted to cover, but we don't have time much, is about industry and academic relationship, right? Industry and academic relationship has improved substantially from the last years we have seen. आज की डेट में बहुत ज्यादा लोग पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं. Maybe that is the area, and I think you have started a program on advisory board that will definitely going to help you. Have those people here as much as you can. If they know our campus, if they meet people of the campus, suddenly they become automatically biased. Like if I know 5 people, I automatically become biased to them as opposed to the ones I don't know, right? So I think that's the part maybe university can work better on. So that's my advice. And then again, to be careful for everybody's time. If you have more questions, you can meet the panelists outside as well. You can catch them, take their numbers if they want to give you. I'll just wrap up this panel discussion. Thank you very much, first of all, everybody, for being very candid and not looking at, yeah, you can clap. I think that's what I always love, that when you share your experience, which is real, and you don't sugarcoat it, whether it's a hard fact or not a hard fact, you don't sugarcoat it. That is what I love. But I would like to summarize for the benefit of all the students who have given at least 1 hour to us, that what did we discuss here today? We were talking about more on campus and fresher hiring. What is that we discussed is that fresher hiring is an important integral part of the corporate. So you are absolutely in the right direction. You will definitely get a lot of opportunities in coming future. Now, if the question is, what is that we need to work on? I think Arpit touched upon a little bit on that, and he called it fluid intelligence and crystallized intelligence. That's something, the concept which you can work on. The campus hiring is going up. I think the IT industry is the only exception, but others is going pretty up. And it's not only corporates, it's not only campuses who wants industry. It is also industry who's looking for campuses. And I think Sandeep said that, हमें तो जितने दे दो हम उतने consume कर लेंगे. But he doesn't mean that कोई भी आ जाए. He means whosoever completes my criteria, right? Who fulfills it. So I think that's very important. Neha also touched upon employer branding. कि भाई आजकल तो कंपनियां भी अपनी एम्प्लॉयर ब्रांडिंग कर रही हैं जाके कैंपस एंड कॉर्पोरेट्स में, चाहे वो तीसरे साल से या दूसरे साल से ही बच्चों के साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करने अपना शुरू कर दिया. Ridhima touched upon the use of AI and technology. And Ridhima, I'm with you. I'm not going to go to campuses myself like Sandeep. He has a lot of power. So I'll be sitting at laptop and say, yeah, one by one, everybody you can come. And then we'll send Sandeep wherever we need somebody on the ground. And students are also demanding. That's the trend I have seen. मैं आपको बस एक छोटी सी चीज बताना चाहूंगा कि 2022 में आईटी कंपनीज में सबसे पहली बार ऐसा हुआ होगा, एंड माय बीसीए फ्रेंड हु आस्क्ड दैट क्वेश्चन, कि 2022 में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ गाइस मेरे 22 साल के कैरियर में कि फ्रेशर ने बैकआउट कर दिया. मतलब हमने ऑफर कर रखे हैं कि आप अप्रेंटिस ज्वाइन करेंगे हमें, और आप पूछ रहे थे इंटर्नशिप के बारे में, हमने ऑफर किया कि आप ज्वाइन करेंगे. वी ऑफर्ड 100, ओनली 70 और 60 ज्वाइन, 30 बैक्ड आउट. दैट हैपेंड इन माय 22 इयर्स कैरियर फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. दैट टोल्ड अस कि आईटी इंडस्ट्री 2022 में एक्सटेंसिवली हायर कर रही थी. मतलब ऐसा हो गया, हमने कहा इंजीनियर छोड़िए, पॉलिटेक्निकल भी मिल जाए ना वो भी उठा लेते हैं, उसको भी ट्रेन कर देंगे. बट वो अलग बात थी, और आज अब अलग बात है. हमने इतना बड़ा हायरिंग कर लिया कि अब लग रहा है कि ज्यादा हायरिंग हो गई, इनका करेंगे क्या. तो आई एम ट्राइंग टू टेल इज कि ये तो अप एंड डाउन चलते रहेंगे, बट कहीं ना कहीं स्टूडेंट भी डिमांडिंग हो गए आजकल. वो भी ऐसा नहीं कि कहीं भी जाके ज्वाइन कर लेंगे. दे इंक्वायर अबाउट कंपनी, लिंक्डइन पे देखते हैं, सब कुछ करते हैं वो लोग. एंड इंडस्ट्री एंड एकेडमिक का जो रिलेशनशिप है वो बहुत ही क्लोज आ गया है. आज जो मैं अमित के वर्ड्स को यूज कर रहा हूँ, ही सेड कि इस तरह का एचआर कॉन्क्लेव आपने पहली बार किया इस यूनिवर्सिटी में. मुझे लगता है कि आपको ऐसा बहुत करना चाहिए, बिकॉज ये ना आपको कॉर्पोरेट्स के साथ कनेक्ट करता है. कई बार स्टूडेंट्स को लगता है ये जो लोग सूटेड बूटेड खड़े ये हवा है, बेसिकली ऐसा नहीं है. वी आर ऑल्सो ह्यूमन बीइंग. यू कैन कम टू अस. पूछने में कुछ नहीं जाता, हेल्प मांगने में कुछ नहीं जाता, लिंक्डइन पे एक कनेक्शन रिक्वेस्ट भेजने में कुछ नहीं जाता. ट्राई तो करें आप लोग. You might get some opportunity out there. And I would like to take this opportunity कि अगर आप में से कोई वॉलंटियर बनना चाहता है एचआर सक्सेस टॉक का and wants to connect with the network of 150,000 HR and business professionals, meet me. And I can tell you it can change your entire life in a good way. Great, meet me guys, whoever said so. All right, so these are my learnings. Thank you very much everybody for giving roughly 1 hour 10 minutes to to all of us. And I hope this was a great conversation for you. Hope there is some learning for all of you from here. And once again, thank you very much to all my panelists. जैसे जोरदार तालियों के साथ आपने स्वागत किया था वैसे एंड भी कर दीजिए.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with such a vast area, with such a vast knowledge. Now it's a time for the group photograph before lunch. So I would request the distinguished guest of the second panel discussion to join the dais, and Director Training Placement, Mr. Amit Verma, sir, the team members of the placement department. Yeah, sure, sir. Audience are requested to be seated. The audience who are leaving the hall, lunch के लिए 12:45 पे हम hall को छोड़ेंगे, and you are requested to report by 1:45 for the second panel discussion, and it is mandatory for all to attend the second panel session too. So 1:45 पे सबको report back करना है hall में for the second panel discussion. Thank you. Arranged. नहीं ठीक है, थोड़ा सा सेमी सर्कल कर लो सर, तो ही आ पाएगा. आप बताइए. बोल दिया मैंने, एक बार और बोलती हूँ. 1:45 के लिए.
This is important to listen. You all need to report at 1:50 here at the same place, right? Attendance would be there. See you guys at 1:50. Thank you.
पे कॉलेज के फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं या जो भी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं, जितने भी आपके स्टूडेंट्स हैं और भी फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं, उन्हें प्लीज़ वापस बुला लीजिए। 1:45 पे हम सेशन स्टार्ट करने वाले थे। इट्स 2:10। We are going to start the second panel discussion in another 2 minutes. जो भी पीछे बैठे हुए हैं प्लीज आगे की चेयर्स पे सेटल हो जाएं। So let's start the second panel discussion, which is about human expertise and artificial intelligence, maximizing workplace integration and impact. And we have Mr. Mohit Sethi, sir, as a moderator. I welcome Mohit Sethi, sir, on the dais. He is a leadership and organization development specialist with over 20 years of experience, being in the capacity of OD and L, leader of for AME India and APAC for the last 12 years, and having served 15.5 years, 15.5, what is this K K associate 1,000 in his remits. He brings to the table a global perspective, be it cultural, behavioral, and leadership point of view. Mohit sir also brings with him 6 years of solid corporate consulting exposure, where he worked with 7 different industry sectors and over 40 companies in India. Two things that remained throughout his career were the process of approaching clients' need with curiosity and research wealth. This enables him to understand a client's need in more than one way, and he is able to therefore table multiple ways to reach the client's objectives. This ability sets Mohit sir apart from others, and he's an instant click for his customers. Thank you, sir. A big round of applause for sir. Now, I think I'm right. Mohit Sethi, sir. Huh? Thank you, sir. Then again, we have Mr. Piyush Govil, sir, as a panel member. I request him to join the dais. He is a versatile professional with hands-on experience in diverse industries with 27 plus years of total experience at various levels. Strategic professional who deploys a participative management style in fast-paced, diverse workforce. Complete transformation of HR emerged from the ground level, streamlining processes and driving automation, able to lead the digital transformation of HR division and the entire HRMS implementation, sound experience to bring automation within HR and implementation of HRMs, creative and enjoys doing artwork. Thank you, sir. A big round of applause for sir. We welcome you, sir. The third panel member is the second panel member, Ms. Sharmila Thakur, ma'am. I welcome you, ma'am, on the dais. She is a HR leader and head Human Capital Bureau, Virat's Consumer Product Services. Over 23 years of business experience in the multi-dimensional background in HR leadership, roles across industries with multi-geography presence. Broad background includes versatile expertise in all facets of human resources with particular business expertise in the development and execution of retention strategies, large-scale operations, the challenges of startups and high-growth companies, and the people aspects of merger, acquisition, integration. A critical thinker and collaborative business partner who anticipates organizational needs and implements innovative solutions. A big round of applause for ma'am. Now we have Mr. Pancham Bhatia, sir, with us. I welcome you, sir, on the dais. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Holy Child Public School. He started his professional journey as a regional manager, Punjab and Haryana, with an IT training company, FTEC, in year 2000. It was the year when computers were making inroads into the life of every Indian, and he was instrumental in taking IT education to almost every nook and corner in these two states by opening our professional and specialized training center. In the year 2004, he entered women education and empowerment field by joining as Director Operations with Khazani Women Vocational Institute and created the vocational training opportunities for girls by starting more than 50 such vocational training centers across the India. A big round of applause for sir. Thank you, sir. Now we have Mr. Himanshu Singla, sir, with us. He is the CEO and founder of Online Troubleshooter. Himanshu Singla, sir, is a seasoned serial entrepreneur and angel investor with an impressive portfolio of success ventures. He has founded and led multiple verticals, including Online Troubleshooter, a top-tier domain and web hosting company, a cutting-edge corporate training company, and Mathias, a pioneering corporate gifting the procurement company. A big round of applause for sir. So we have the moderator, Mr. Mohit Sethi sir, the panel members, Mr. Piyush Govil sir, Ms. Sharmila Thakur ma'am, Mr. Pancham Bhatia sir, and Mr. Himanshu Singla sir. I would request Mr. Mohit Sethi sir to start the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. अभी आप लोग और सेटल हो रहे हैं शायद. यहाँ पर बैठे सभी लोग मेरठ से हैं. मेरठ से हैं मोस्टली. यस, नो, मोस्टली मेरठ से हैं. मेरठ का जोश टेस्ट करना था, इसलिए कुछ लाइंस बोलूंगा. अगर आप एग्री करते हैं तो हाँ बोलिए जोर से ताकि हमें सुनाई दे, और अगर आप डिसएग्री करते हैं तो ना बोलिए, वो भी जोर से ताकि हमें वो सुनाई दे. रेडी? हाँ हाँ, वेरी गुड. मौसम में बड़ी नमी है. मौसम में बड़ी नमी है. ऑडियंस की तेजी में थोड़ी सी थमी है. मौसम में बड़ी नमी है, ऑडियंस में तेजी भी कुछ थमी है. लंच के पहले जोश वोश था थोड़ा. क्या मेरठ के जोश में कुछ कमी है? Thank you. This is the welcome that this panel deserves. So, one more round for this wonderful panel. It's a brilliant opportunity for me to host this discussion. इस discussion के काफी parts हैं. Human and AI, this is one part. Maximizing integration, that's the second part. And deriving impact. You with me? 3 parts. तो आज इन 3 parts के बारे में बात करेंगे पूरे अपने पैनल से. और हम काफी अच्छी प्रिपरेशन के साथ आए हैं, तो आप काफी बार देखेंगे हम नोट्स रेफर कर रहे हैं. इसे फर्रे भी बोलते हैं. Okay, so let's get us started, panelists. Thank you so much for taking out the time and working over the weekend to review all of this and also work towards building this one. Since this is students and teachers community, हम आपसे पहले ये भी जानना चाहेंगे AI और human maximizing integration and impact से आपको क्या पता चलता है? कोई सवाल दिमाग में आता है? ऑडियंस? स्ट्रगल दिमाग में आता है. क्या स्ट्रगल मैम? ह्यूमन रिसोर्स का स्ट्रगल. ओके. एआई से रिलेटेड? ह्यूमन इंटीग्रेशन से रिलेटेड? जिसने पार्टिसिपेट किया उसके लिए मेरे पास एक प्राइज है. वो प्राइज डेफिनेटली सरप्राइज है. उस प्राइज का भी एक साइज है जो भी एक सरप्राइज है. सो दिस इज ऑल दैट आई एम गोइंग टू डू टू सेटल द टॉपिक फॉर यू. इसमें मैं ट्रेंड्स के बारे में डिस्कशन ना करते हुए मैं सबसे पहले शुरू करना चाहूंगा आप सभी पैनलिस्ट से ये पूछूंगा. इन अबाउट 2 minutes, अगर आप ये डिस्क्राइब कर पाएं कि मैक्सिमाइजिंग वर्कप्लेस इंटीग्रेशन एंड इम्पैक्ट आपने अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में या बाकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में ह्यूमन इंटीग्रेशन और वर्कप्लेस इंटीग्रेशन इसमें क्या क्या डेवलपमेंट्स होते देखे हैं और क्या डिप्लॉयमेंट होते देखी है? आर वी देयर येट? वेयर आर वी? वेयर डू वी वांट टू रीच? These are some of the questions that might set context for everybody on achieving human and AI integration. So, Himanshu sir, would you like to start us up on this?
Yeah, hi. So when we talk about human integration and automation, किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए ऑटोमेशन बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है एंड ऑटोमेशन से एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अपना कॉस्ट कटिंग कर सकती है. क्वेश्चन आता है कि क्या एआई की वजह से जॉब्स कट हो जाएंगी? बिल्कुल ऐसा नहीं है. In our organization also, we are using AI for different purposes. और AI का सबसे important मतलब, AI तो अभी हम लोग सुन रहे हैं, we are using AI last 5 years for analysis purpose. और AI का मतलब ही analysis है. जितना डाटा हम देंगे उतना analysis होगा, उतना आंसर आएगा निकल के. तो ह्यूमन वर्क को फास्ट करने के लिए हम AI को यूज करते हैं ताकि मैन आवर्स, कम मैन आवर्स में ज़्यादा आउटपुट आ सके. अब इसमें डिपेंड करता है कि जो मैन पावर है वो कितना स्किल्ड है, और क्या एज अ स्टूडेंट मैं बोलना चाहूँगा कि क्या आप अपना स्किल उस पर्टिकुलर टूल जो आज की नीड है उसके अकॉर्डिंग अपडेट कर रहे हैं या नहीं कर रहे हैं.
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. So before answering this question, first I'll say something else. In fact, I would first of all like to congratulate this university as well as HR Success Talk for organizing this kind of program. Because आप लोग यहाँ बहुत सारे students बैठे हैं. You know, when you're at this stage, when you're a student, you do not realize the importance of such programs. But when you grow up, you go into the job market, you realize what you have missed in life. I meet a lot of people who are successful in their career, but they're unhappy. You meet professionals who are at the age of around 35, 40, 45, and you ask them, are you happy in your career? You are doing so well, you have good name, you are making money, are you happy? And a survey says 90% people will reply no. Because they say, we were not meant for this career. And when we realized already हमारा वो स्टेज खत्म हो चुका था, वो मौका खत्म हो चुका था जहाँ से हम यू टर्न ले पाते. So we continued in this career. And this happens because of lack of right information at the right time. So such programs delivers you right information at the right time. So that is why I'm congratulating university and HR Success Talk. Okay. Now coming to the question, AI integration in our industry. Basically, I am from education sector. So मुझे सारे अपने जैसे ही लग रहे हैं, हम एक ही सेक्टर के हैं सब. Education sector में, I've been in this sector for last 20 years, and I've worked in various kind of organizations. As you must have seen when the ma'am was talking about my background, I worked in women empowerment sector, I worked in IT sector, and now I'm with the school. मैंने सभी जगह एक चीज देखी, टेक्नोलॉजी का मिनिमम यूज. पहले टेक्नोलॉजी का मिनिमम यूज होता था, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट हम लोग काफी टाइम और एनर्जी अनप्रोडक्टिव चीजों में लगाते थे. Education sector is already not, it is not like a corporate that we have ample funds. We have limited resources. और वो resources हमारा जितना ज़्यादा स्टूडेंट की बेहतरी के लिए जाए, वो हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव होना चाहिए. लेकिन हमारा काफ़ी resources और चीज़ों में जाता था. But then came COVID. Even before COVID also, things had started progressing. Technology had entered, and we had started adopting technology for various things. But COVID proved that technology is inevitable, and education sector survived. The young generation of this country survived intellectually only because of technology. Had there been no technology, no AI platforms, no technical people, हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम बहुत साल पीछे चला जाता और हमारे यंगस्टर्स बहुत साल पीछे चले जाते इन 2 साल की वजह से. सो यस, चेंजेस आर हैपनिंग. एजुकेशन सेक्टर में भी उसके बाद स्पीड बहुत बढ़ गई है. वी कैन सी एंट्री ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इन ऑलमोस्ट एवरी एरा ऑफ एजुकेशन इकोसिस्टम. एंड नाउ व्हाट आई कैन फोर्स इज दैट वी कैन नॉट गो बैक. टेक्नोलॉजी हमें इंटीग्रेट करनी पड़ेगी और आप सबको, स्टूडेंट्स को, टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ ही अपने आप को तैयार करना पड़ेगा, देन ओनली यू विल बी रिक्वायर्ड इन द जॉब मार्केट। जैसा कि फर्स्ट पैनल ने कहा, बहुत सारे रिसेशंस भी हो रहे हैं, लेकिन रिक्रूटमेंट्स भी हो रही है। अब बहुत कुछ निर्भर करता है कि हाउ डू यू प्रिपेयर योरसेल्फ। सो टेक्नोलॉजी इनोवेटेबल, आई वुड से।
Thank you, Panjan sir. Over to you, Sharmila ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, HR Success Talk and Subharti University to invite us. I'll just say a word here. I think everyone knows what is BC and AD, before Christ and Amnodonia. Now it is before COVID and after disruption. The new acronym which has changed the mindset of people into inventing new things, including the online schools, classes, which was going on, the interview techniques, which became totally virtual, and then you have, you have IM jobs, or there are other job portals now which does, you record your video, you send it across, and your curriculum vital is there, and you have invented something else where even the interviewer who is taking the interview doesn't have to pick up phone and talk to you. They are looking at the live video and they are able to understand this is this kind of a personality you have. And then they go ahead and they try to, schedule the interview. Now that also is done by the AI. So I will not take too much because technology is changing the landscape of our lives. And you can yourself think about it. All the things which you are doing in your life, the way you are now leading the life, then 10 years back, how you were living, you can see the difference. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kuch Josh. Okay. So first, to set the context, like what AI, and so people have some kind of misconceptions and all that. I'll just give you a brief about it. You have heard about machine language. What is that? See, we all have different, because see, we take birth, and when we grow, we always have different values because what we are taught by our parents and what society we live in. So this is how we are feed in us. So that is how we learn, and this is all what machine learning is. Okay. Now when we grow up, so now the concept of AI has come up, artificial intelligence. So what is all artificial intelligence is like? It is nothing magical about it, but it's all data. So different data, like even if you are a management student, if you are a medical student, or if you are a BTech, you're doing BTech, or any technology student, or any kind of a domain you are in, data matters, and this is how that AI is based upon it. So I hope you remember two terms which in the previous panel which Arpit used, like one is fluid intelligence and one is crystallized intelligence. So what is fluid intelligence? Like how to learn and how to assess that new learning and all that and grow us. And crystallized learning is what, like when we use of our accumulated learning. This is how AI is. See, when you are, suppose you are using any chatbot. Okay, so when you type any questions, so not every chatbot is so intelligent they give you the answer. So what is means that they do not have that sufficient data in it, which is able to give your answers. So how that these chatbots are made more intelligent? We put in more data, more intelligent data, like kind of questions any user can ask around our product or whatever the service is. So then we keep building upon it and we make it more intelligent and then we use it. Similarly, in the AI, like we are using in our organizations. So why we are using in our organization, like to come out of this monotonous kind of jobs. if you say in the recruitment, as we said in the earlier panel, like we have a lot of resumes coming, we are screening so that AI help us to do the screening based on the keywords. So all what we are writing in a resume is we are writing keywords. Similarly, even if you are giving your exams like CBSE board, 12 board and everything, there are a lot of keywords your teachers are asking you to write keywords so that you'll have a good mark. So not every teacher is, when marking your answers, not reading all the answers of yours. They see a keyword has been used and so okay, you are somewhere near and you are getting, they are assessing you on that marks, giving you marks. Similarly, like this is how now as we are growing and we utilizing our technologies in all the fields, not only IT, be it a core industry, if you go in a mechanical, if you go in a civil, everyone is using technology and upgrading their things because why they want to upgrade and bring the changes rapidly because world demands rapid changes. Customers also not very patient. They want every time new things. So how you will get this? Until as you use technology, until as you use different mechanisms, you cannot come out with different upgraded products into it. This is all what AI and how in human integration is that how we are using our expertise. Without human, no AI. So we are only the one who are building that AI. So you have to go into the depth. So whenever I see I take a lot of interviews from be it a technical, be it a product, be it a sales, all that. Okay. So when people are coming from marketing background or management background, so how do you have to gain the expertise what you are doing, even if you are technical. So if you are learning languages, so languages means like more of the concepts, logical concepts you should have. Syntax you can use nowadays. Every syntax is available on Google. You go and you get that all the syntax, you copy paste and build that product. It's very easy. So earlier when you were writing C++ code for clicking a button also you have to write 100 lines of code. So this is how the time is changing and we utilizing all this stuff to keep moving ahead. So this is the need of the hour. So don't, whenever you are learning, so don't have a superficial knowledge of things. Go in depth, understand like why, understand your why. Why part is very important of things, why this is happening. Then only you will be able to get success in any kind of interview. Because your frequency and the interview frequency will quickly match and you'll get hired. Thanks. You can go ahead.
Yep. Thank you so much, panelists, for responding and setting the stage. I got quite a few very interesting pointers from all of you. One, of course, Himanshu, you said AI is not going to cut the jobs, but those who are not going to pursue AI, they will be out of the sport very soon. It's a good news, it's a bad news at the same time. Good news because you will be able to do more and better. Bad news, अभी इतना काम कर रहे हैं, पढ़ रहे हैं, तो और पढ़ाई करनी पड़ेगी और सीखना पड़ेगा. Yeah, these are some of the additional things, but then learning has to go. Yep. So anybody who is not comfortable with learning, कोई है यहाँ पे? Learning से जिसको comfort नहीं है, हो गया बस. Anybody from the faculty? अब तो हम पढ़ाने की एज में हैं, हम क्यों सीखें? देखिए यही होगा अंत की शुरुआत का जरिया कि हम छोड़ दें सीखना और सोचें कि नहीं अब हमारे लिए ये नहीं बना है. Pancham said very interestingly that ample funding is available in places like universities where we have enough opportunity. And this is where we will, of course, give you this thought as well, that do you put your efforts into making friendship with artificial intelligence, machine learning, and concepts therefore? Yeah. We also saw very interestingly Sharmila give us a terminology कि पहले BC और AD का मतलब अलग था. आज BC is before COVID and AD is after disruption. Thank you. This is very interesting. I'm going to copy paste that. And finally, how Mr. Govil shared that, look, AI and ML, a very interesting analogy. Machine learning is like how you're growing up. आप में data भरा जा रहा है. AI is when you have grown up and you're making decisions. अब आप अपने ही data से analysis कर रहे हो. Okay, so very interesting set of thoughts. अब थोड़ा और बदलते हैं माहौल को, क्योंकि यहाँ हमारे स्टूडेंट्स जिसने हाथ नहीं खड़ा किया मैं मानूंगा सो रहे हैं. 1, 2 and 3. मैडम जिसने हाथ नहीं खड़ा किया हम मान लेंगे वो सो रहे हैं. Okay, so there is a little bit of a fear in terms of usage of AI and its toolkits, etc. But despite that, each one of our organizations have started deploying a little bit. Could you share some examples or any experiments that your organizations may have done? Either fully automated or partially automated, but a use case each where you can share with our students कि देखिए बहुत बड़ा भी नहीं करना, समुंदर उबालने की जरूरत नहीं है, थोड़े से भी शुरू करो, एटलीस्ट वाकिफता बनती है. So, would you like to start, or Sharmila ma'am, you can start.
So thank you, Mahit. Yes, we have started AI in recruitments. And the reason being, when we started this was, and this is worldwide initiative, not just in India. In BV, we have started AI recruitment drive from across the globe in 140 countries. And here, what we did was, because we hire on large scale and different kind of skills are required. Now, please understand, how does it help? It helps because now the manager, who is the hiring manager, has to definitely put in all the right keywords and right kind of job description, because it's a AI tool which is going to do the screening, and they are the one who are matching the exact competency which is required for the job. And if your resume doesn't have those competency, you will not be shortlisted. So we started this experiment because we were spending ample time in recruitment, and there was huge pile of CVs, and you have to do a manual work. So we came with this initiative. It's been 8 months since we have put into that, into picture, and we are definitely getting results. Will I say it's 100%? The answer is no, because even, as I said, the hiring manager, the recruiter, all have to, their mindset has to be changed. They have to accumulate themselves as per the desired result which AI will give. Ultimately, remember this phase, garbage in, garbage out. Whatever is your data, you will receive the result on the basis of that. If your data is correct, you will get the right result. If the data is wrong, you will get a wrong result. Ultimately, AI has been developed by humans. It doesn't have its own brains. There is one case study where Amazon decided, and recently it came in papers, Amazon decided not to use chatbots or AI tools to hire, and they fired 300 workers from one of their warehouses. And I'm talking about 300, but they fired a lot of them. But ultimately, it was from a warehouse solution. But the data which was fed by humans, not by AI. And similarly, we also have put in another thing in process, and this was the first year, which is on performance evaluation. And we we used the tools which where all the competencies are defined, and this tool is doing a comparative analysis of the peers as well as the manager and the team members. Ultimately, is it 100% success? The answer is still no.
So my follow-up question to you, Sharmila, will be, agreed that you have gotten recruitment process built on this. I'm sure there are managers like me who still want to brief a HR person on this is my need, you do the system, or for that matter, performance evaluation. You know, I can give rating, but look, I can do a one-to-one discussion. I don't know how to go upload information in the program and all of that. How do you overcome resistance of people to adopt this?
Yeah, so ultimately, every process which you put into place has a process of learning, and there is a change management involved. There is a mind shift change which you have to do, and ultimately you have to run and sensitize those managers and train them and manage them. And we have been doing that, but the option is not there that you will do a manual process, or you will have an HR person sitting next to you where you will brief. So we said, we are there to support you. We are even to the extent that we sat and we said, we will feed the data for the first time to make you accommodate with this, and so that your ambiguities goes off. But ultimately, you have to manage it because you have to own it and you are the accountable
Fantastic.
person.
This looks like pretty much like universities, as if teachers are telling students कि बच्चों एक बार कर लो प्रोजेक्ट, इस बार हम हेल्प कर देंगे, अगली बार से खुद करके ले आना, लेकिन पूरा करके ले आना. So good news here. The good news here is that even when you come to a corporate level and you are introduced with something as new as these toolkits, there are people who will help you integrate. And therefore, you should invite yourself from taking this challenge on even right now. That if I am doing 10 things in my life today, can I convert those 10, from that 10, maybe 2 on a AI-based toolkit? My familiarity will increase. Yeah. Over to you, Panchamji.
Yeah. Hello. In my organization, technology has entered faster than we thought. In fact, we never knew that without us doing, everywhere technology would be playing its role. Now, how it happens? In every area of education, technology has made serious inroads, good inroads. Whether it is delivering methodology to students, whether it is upgradation of faculties, whether it is general administration, everywhere we are seeing that technology has entered. We do not have technical people with us, but what is happening, we are using various tools to make our job easy. And for that, we are tying up with various companies. And these companies are using AI to provide us, to help us ease of doing operations. For example, if we talk about recruitment, mostly in the education sector, especially in schools, the recruitment used to be done in a very conventional way, which means releasing an advertisement, then submission of resumes at the school gate, then calling people for interviews, then notings by hand and all that, the process. Some schools are still using it, but most of the schools are now using ERP. And ERP has a feature wherein the complete recruitment process has become automated. Now, your job is only limited to releasing an advertisement, either in newspaper or through digital platforms. After that, the resumes are being sent to your email ID. And then that email ID is connected with the ERP. And then ERP does the rest of the things. Now, ERP is powered by artificial intelligence. It automatically shortlists the resumes. Now, if you, this is a very important point. आपको ये बहुत ध्यान देना पड़ेगा जो मैं ये point बोल रहा हूँ कि as a student, how it is going to affect you. Because when resumes get shortlisted automatically by AI, which means you have to be very careful next time when you make your resume, आप क्या keywords उसमें डाल रहे हैं, क्या strengths लिख रहे हैं. If your resume is not proper, you have not given a lot of thought into making of your resume, unknowingly आप out हो जाएंगे stage 1 पे ही. Then उसके बाद once the resumes are shortlisted, then automatically it is filtered according to various categories. The first category is definitely department wise. Then the second category is salary expectation wise. The third category is distance wise. Fourth category is experience wise. 10 plus years, there would be a separate list. 5+ year experience, separate list. 1 to 3 years experience, separate list. So this is how the basic filtration to technology se ho jata hai. And then comes the role of the interviewer or management. Then for the last round, they basically see those who have been shortlisted by AI. Unme then they finally select who is the best for us. So major part is done through AI. And now another part jahan pe we have seen excellent use of technology is communication with parents. Earlier, for every problem, they had to come to school or they had to call the reception, they had to call the teacher. Now there are various platforms available, even through very common platforms also. WhatsApp everybody is using, but now WhatsApp has come up with certain specific features wherein you can integrate it with your ERP, and then the parents can send their problem there. They automatically gets the reply. And further, wo reply ke baad, then they can select certain options, then they get the reply and all that. So communication has become very easy through use of technology. So satisfaction level has increased a lot. Then training delivery methods. We are using NCERT books, we are following CBSE, everything is same that we used to do earlier. But now what is happening? We have digitalized the education, the delivery methods. We are using digital boards. Now, digital boards is just a hardware. Thus, for software, we have tied up with a professional company. Now, professional companies teaching the same topic, but in a very interesting way. They are using a lot of animations. They are using a lot of examples. They have their algorithms to explain things to students. Before completion of the chapter, they have certain survey forms whether students have understood the thing or not. If not, then they further have their measures. So the complete process, the delivery of that same topic has become very interesting and very convenient also for students. But yes, teachers, the role of teachers cannot be undermined. Along with all this, they have to see which student has been able to pick from there and which student requires additional effort and focus from the side of teaching fraternity. And then another very interesting thing is, apart from all these things, there are a lot of startups who, with the help of AI, have come up with tailor-made programs, which we call capsule courses. A student can be good in all the subjects, but he lacks the knowledge of English. Now, that is also very important in today's world. So then the startups, they enter the picture and they come up with specific programs. A child is learning English in school. The normal syllabus, he's studying all that, but then there are specifically made syllabus for those, programs made for those who lack in a particular language. They are specifically made programs for those who lack attention. They specifically made programs for those who lack mathematics. So these things are helping student community a lot. जो चीजें पहले ignore हो जाती थी, teacher could not identify these problems because it was humanly impossible इतने सारे student को बिल्कुल minute level तक जाके check करना. AI ने वो चीजें help करी है, उसमें technology ने help करी है. And I think I am seeing that कहीं ना कहीं we have been able to deliver the things in a better way. We have been able to address these problems, जिसकी वजह से काफी student पीछे रह जाते थे, लेकिन अब उनको identify कर पा रहे हैं और हम लोग काफी उसमें काम कर पा रहे हैं. So in our organization, there is a good use of technology.
Very interesting. And of course, I will come to you, Himanshuji, for another question, because there's another question that is on my table. And we've got very good ideas from two of our panel members. Let me just summarize, Panchanji, what I learned from what you're saying. And students, this is very interesting point for you also. हो सकता है आप अपने resume में वो key skills नहीं mention करें. अब कितना resume change करेंगे ना, रोज नए keywords डालेंगे. आप हो सकता है ये resume building software बना रहे हो, मत डालो कुछ, सिर्फ आप software ही बना लो. आप हो सकता है ये जो सॉफ्टवेयर जिससे ये व्हाइट बोर्ड चला रहे हैं आप वो सप्लाई कर रहे हो सकते हो. So जरूरी नहीं है कि आपको जॉब ही मिलेगी. Those of you who actually raise your hands for entrepreneurship, you must also learn from Pancham's answer that in an education industry there is tremendous application of technology, and even if you are not teaching, you could be enabling teaching to happen. That becomes a great place where you can do anything from behind without even speaking a word, right? You could be building the software, you could be building the facilitation. So let me on that point ask Himanshu, you have been flirting around with lots of technologies and lots of business ideas. You're called a serial entrepreneur for no reasons otherwise. So what is your exposure to the kind of tools you have seen? What tools seem to be very promising and can create impact, can create that integration that we are looking for?
That's a tough question because there are so many tools. But let me ask everyone to use. You have your phones with you, all of you? Okay, you have your phone with you? Okay, take out your phone. It's a practical exercise. You will love it, huh? Do you have gallery on your phone? Gallery? Everyone? Open your gallery. And then you see select all button over there on the top. You can click select all and delete. And delete all. Interesting feature, Mohit. What will happen? Data is gone. किसने delete किया क्या? Anyone? मेरी सुपारी दे दी होगी अभी तक तो सर. बाहर मिलना. So see, what I'm trying to say here, this phone is important because it has data. It has so tremendous data. What is Google? What is Facebook? What is LinkedIn? What is Twitter? They are just interfaces. उसमें data किसने डाला है? आप लोगों ने. It's your data over there, which is accumulating over the years. हमारी organization में हम data store कर रहे हैं जब से हमने उस business को शुरू किया, the time we started. Now we go to AI and ask, let's say Mr. Pancham is our client, for example. So we'll go to AI and ask, Mr. Pancham has purchased on this date, this amount, these number of times in last 5 years. What is the next purchase he's going to have? So AI will give me an answer. AI will help me in finding permutation and combinations to figure out an answer. So from sales perspective, from recruitment perspective, for any department, AI can be helpful. अब tools का myth क्या बन गया है कि सबको ना free tools चाहिए सबसे पहली बात. Google पे गए लिखा video sound recorder, तो soundraw.ai करके website है. You can make your own sound. You can make your music. Fine. किसी की hobby music, they can use that. In our organization, we are hiring candidates. We say content. पहले क्या होता था? Content आता है, नहीं आता है, जाओ वापस. अब क्या पूछते हैं? Content आता है, नहीं आता है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. Chat GPT आता है, क्योंकि Chat GPT से क्वेश्चन पूछने के लिए भी कोर्सेज बन चुके हैं. उससे क्वेश्चन पूछने के लिए भी you need to learn. You need to learn how to ask AI. It's not like an easy cup of tea कि आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा और आंसर मिल गया. क्वेश्चन क्या पूछना है उसके लिए भी आपको सोचना पड़ेगा. So there are many tools. If as a student, if you learn those tools, for example, ChatGPT is one, undoubtedly known to everyone. Then if you go for a tool called, let's say, Evernote, Notion. Notion is a tool for productivity. It has AI in it. Canva, everyone knows Canva has AI now. If you learn Canva itself, with AI, it can benefit you. Uske tricks, you need to learn tricks. There is one tool I'm missing, let me tell you, for AI. We use called, just a sec. If you really want to go into AI, there's a tool called TensorFlow. TensorFlow, TensorFlow. It is for people, खासकर BCA grads के लिए, undergrads के लिए, जो AI में कुछ develop करना चाहते हैं. It is not like a ready-made tool. ऐसे बहुत सारे टूल्स हैं जिसके थ्रू आप AI को डेवलप भी कर सकते हैं. और आजकल AI की ओपन APIs अवेलेबल हैं. आप छोटा सा टूल अपना खुद का भी AI का बना सकते हैं और मार्केट में डाल सकते हैं. You can earn even money out of it. So there are many other tools for small things. Photo remove करना है, वीडियो एडिट करना है. These are easily available. आप गूगल करोगे तो आपको वो सारे tools बहुत easily मिल जाएंगे. But productivity tools आपको सीखने जरूरी है for the growth, which every company, whosoever is running the show, for example, project management tool is Zoho. Now, if you learn Zoho, there are jobs for that in the market. It has AI in it. If you are using tools like, let's say, Asana, it has AI in it. Asana is for, again, task management. Companies उसके लिए भी आपको hire करती हैं अगर आपको वो tools की knowledge है. So data को respect करना और tools को learn करना, this you have to do. Most of the students, they come and say, Mohit, and say, we want a job, but then the skill, the tools, they do not know, even the basic Excel. So there, if you learn little tools, you're not a fresher anymore. And if you develop something, that's a win-win situation. वो Fibonacci series बना के नहीं होगा. I'm pronouncing it wrong, I know. याद है किसी को? 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 21. Last में से कुछ होता है ना? C++ में program लिखते हैं. That is just for first year. But if you haven't really success, you have to develop your own tool. Over to you, Mohit.
Himanshu, you really said it very interestingly. In fact, it reminds me of the time when we used to, I used to be like in standard 6th or 7th, very small. And I was trying to fit into the community. And of course, उस समय पे गर्लफ्रेंड बनाना बहुत मुश्किल था. तो लोग कहते थे इंग्लिश गाने सीख लो. अच्छा, इंग्लिश गाने तो नहीं आते थे, हम कुछ एडवर्टाइजमेंट सीख लेते थे और फिर उसको गुनगुनाते थे. और इंग्लिश सॉन्ग्स पे डांस करना बहुत जरूरी होता था. हमें आता नहीं था, हमें तो सिर्फ भंगड़ा आता है, तो उसको भी सीखना पड़ता था. और आज की डेट में शायद चैट जीपीटी और ये लैंग्वेजेस और ये सारे प्रोग्राम सीखना इसलिए जरूरी है, बिकॉज if you want to really almost fit in and integrate with the group of people you will be meeting, you might want to learn that this is a medium. आज शायद ये इतना जरूरी हो चुका है. And so many tools that you've shared. In fact, कौन-कौन PPTs बनाता है यहाँ पर? Slides.gpt.
Mohit, even if you want to prove to your child that you are educated, you need to learn these tools.
हाँ, बेटा को बेटा नहीं मैं कह सकते जब तक डेटा नहीं है.
बिल्कुल. अब
है ना?
अगर
बेटा हाँ है डेटा.
बेटे को बताओ ना कि मुझे चैट जीपीटी नहीं आता, तो he would ask, आप स्कूल गए थे?
Exactly. So, look, the pressure is absolutely on the panelists as well. हम भी रोज यही चीजों से गुजरते हैं. इनफैक्ट हमें भी बहुत हीन भावना होती है कभी-कभी अगर हमें ये सब नहीं आता हो तो, और एटलीस्ट नहीं आता तो हम क्विकली भी सर्कल अप. इनफैक्ट मेरे मोबाइल पे और मेरे लैपटॉप पे हमेशा चैट जीपीटी खुला रहता है, just to keep searching something. Life has become a lot more easier, pacified. Anxiety कम हो जाती है. कुछ लोगों को जिनको एंजाइटी और टेंशन होती है that I'm missing out, FOMO, fear of missing out, वो भी कम हो जाएगा अगर आप आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को अपने करीब लेते आएंगे. देखिए, now I'm going to make a little commentary for which somebody may not forget me or forgive me. For human beings, it is intelligence. Okay? And for male, intelligence is artificial. Right? But you can embrace it and you can ultimately win out for being intelligent around. So, question to you, sir.
Mohit, just can I have 10 seconds?
Yes.
I
Please.
missed one point to add for students. I don't know how many of you know Web 3.0. We are already living in Web 3.0, which means, for example, we all are using WhatsApp. There is already an app called Status, which is a private instant messaging app, which is Web 3.0. So Facebook, Google, सबका upper version आ चुका है. And if anyone wants to study, please start studying Web 3.0. AI के साथ उसका demand market में बहुत ज़्यादा है. Over to you, Mohit.
Thank you so much. And अगर किसी को और ज़्यादा information लेनी हो, please ping Himanshu on Himanshu Singla. He is available on LinkedIn and he's a very, very helpful person. You can always reach out to him and ask for more education from him. Yep. Moving on to Piyushi. Piyushi, you have also experienced some of these tools that we have been speaking about. What is your experience on all of this?
So first thing I will bring out, like, till now I have not used ChatGPT. The reason behind, see, what ChatGPT is doing is giving you a ready information. Okay. Now, but what learning it is giving you a very short-term benefit. Like, you will get the answers, you will just copy paste and just use, and but you're not sure of the source, you're not sure of the plagiarism. So if you are writing any research paper, so you will not be qualified for copying all that stuff. Okay. Second part, like ChatGPT is like, if you are a person of creativity, as I've seen the fine art here. See, if you are drawing, if you are doing an artwork, creativity can be in any field. So if you are using any reference, your artwork is okay, very good. But if you are adding a creativity into it, that will be noticed by everyone. So this is, see, use tools, but with intelligence. It should not be just market make tool hai, then I just to finish up my work to keep ahead of the race, I just use tool and run away. But ultimately what happened, like when it comes to the performance, suppose if you crack the interview using ChatGPT, you give the answers, okay. Now when you come to the actual performance, actual work, where it requires your real intelligence, your learning. So this is how you may have to make a difference, how you have to make a stand out of all the crowd. So whenever you're using any tool, use with creativity, use with very cautiously and with awareness. Like, a lot of, you may know number of tools that then me or other people are aware of, because everyone is doing a lot of Googling, and on every social media, the number of tools keep coming, and something is doing video, images, or anything. X number of things are there. But we are blindly using those and just trying to use them, that I create this video, I create this reel and all that. But where is our own creativity coming into it? That matters most. So for me, is like, a person should use it with intelligence, use with creativity, should be very original. Sometimes it needs, like, you have to be a hurry, you have to just submit it. Okay, but try to change, try to bring that also. Don't be always in a hurry just to keep away first on the race. So learning, see, again, this is come back to the learning. So the more you learn, more you grow. So continuous learning is always the path to grow. It's because you are a student nowadays, like students, they just, earlier when we are going to libraries, we are reading books, but I think hardly anyone is reading books. They are just browsing their laptops and just getting all the reading. But you are also not sure whether what you are read, is it really validated, or whether it is good or not. So for this, I think this is our age when we can learn most, because when we move to the job, then again you have to keep learning. That's for in any job. You have to keep learning, but again it's got a different kind of learning you have to go. Now you have to clear exams, you have to clear your interviews and all that. But now then again, you have to learn a specific to your job, specific to your domain. So then only you'll be able to perform, you have to keep yourself upgraded and upskill and moving ahead, keep moving ahead. That's it for my end.
Right. Thank you so much, Piyush. And Piyush mentions a very important point that research, while you are going to present, is important. However, you have to be careful the source. And wherever source is an important thing to report, that is where you will have to take a call on how much of these free toolkits you're using, because source being absent can mar your credibility. And that is where you've got to be very careful. So I think we are at 3:08, and the time for this panel was about, what, 3:15? So we have a few minutes left. I would like to invite some questions from the group. अगर हमने आपको sufficiently confuse, corrupt, convince नहीं किया है अभी तक, तो अब आप सवाल पूछिए. Any questions from the group? हमारे यहाँ बहुत experienced panelists हैं जो आपके किसी भी सवाल का जवाब दे सकते हैं, क्योंकि उनके पास ChatGPT available है. Yes. Do we see any raise of hands? Team Merit. Okay, so looks like it's absolutely मौसम में नमी थी, जोश में कमी थी, yeah, खाने के बाद नींद थी. Yes, there is a question. Thank you for saving this grace for us. Why don't you come up and I'll give you the mic.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Harina Sisodia. I'm from Interior Designing Batch.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. To the panel also, sir, and then welcome to everybody else. So my question was, of course, AI is super, accurate. It will catch your problems in the resume and answer sheets of students, of course. But what do you think about hiring an AI?
Very interesting. What do you think about hiring an AI, and a bot?
Recently, a Chinese organization. Recently, a Chinese organization was in news because they have hired a bot as their chairman, and we all, those who knows that they have done it. Yes, there is going to be a phase where the chatbot and AI would be hired. Like 2 years back, there was an AI which was developed, which does the full facial recognition, and it studies what kind of a behavior you are and whether you are stressed, you are not stressed. During the interview, it does overall study. And if you know that there was recently, there is a very famous AI female. Anyone who is aware, what's her name? Sophie? Yeah. So the reason is they are experimenting. They are trying to do it, and they are trying to have it. But ultimately, the laws also has to be redefined. Tomorrow, the land of the law cannot say it's an AI, so we just leave, because if director is found guilty, then the AI also should be found guilty, isn't it? Because he's the chairman of the organization. A lot of development is happening. A lot of development, especially in the court cases where they are trying to have the AI to speed up the work. But are we ready for it? The answer is no. It's not, and in India, it's going to be a little difficult because already there are a lot of pitfalls and a lot of those gaps are there. So, will it start in India? Answer is no. It will start a little later, God knows. We don't know.
Affect the manual power? Don't you think that humans might have?
I got the question.
If it does happen in the next century or in this century, maybe I don't know when, but don't you think that it will affect the manual power?
So ultimately, you need to understand, even when computers came in, this was the same story which was mentioned, that the manpower, that the humans will lose their jobs and automation will take over. Ultimately, it's been designed and it has been trained, and all that has been done by humans. So a human has to upscale themselves. They have to go, there will be different jobs for them. It will not be the same jobs which they are doing. It will be redefining, re-understanding what we have to upscale our skills. And that is what I said, it's disruption. And till the time you don't do disruption, you don't find it. It's like Lord Shiva has to end the universe and a new thing has to be created. It's the same way.
Thank you.
Can I add something to this? stream you are from?
Interior design.
How many interior designers we have in India?
So I'm not aware, I'm sorry. None.
Population of a country?
So 8 billion yearly.
So 135 crores, let's say.
Sorry, sir. I meant further. Why? Sorry.
Out of that, let's say how many people are still doing interior designing of their home or office?
So I think there are a lot of
Maybe 1%?
1% specifically from India.
In India. कितने लोग अपना घर या ऑफिस इंटीरियर डिजाइनर से डिजाइन करवाते होंगे इंटीरियर डिजाइनर से?
AI से.
नहीं AI से नहीं, आपसे.
Interior design. So everyone, AI तो अभी इंटीरियर डिजाइनिंग में इतना डेवलप नहीं हुआ.
आप इंटीरियर डिजाइनिंग का कोर्स कर रहे हो?
Yes sir.
एक इंटीरियर डिजाइनर से कितने लोग इंडिया में अपना घर या ऑफिस स्ट्रक्चर डिजाइन करवाते हैं या खुद कर लेते हैं?
It's growing. So day by day it's growing. अभी तो इतना क्रेज नहीं है, but it's growing.
बहुत कम है लेकिन.
Yes sir.
So what Shakira? If you're upscaling your skills,
Yes sir.
you know, computers आया, AI आया, कुछ भी आ जाए, population हमारी country की या planet की इतनी है कि काम तो फिर भी रहेगा. Totality depends upon जो panel 1 ने पूछा था कि third category के लोग कौन हैं, जो कुछ नहीं करना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए कुछ भी नहीं होगा. बाकी सबके लिए तो कुछ ना कुछ रहेगा.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, we were just talking about your robots को repair कौन करेगा? वो भी तो हमें करने पड़ेंगे. And look, जैसे पहले के जमाने में हम बहुत वर्कआउट किया करते थे किचन के अंदर, हमारे अपने इक्विपमेंट्स इतने बड़े भारी होते थे कि वहीं वर्कआउट करके हमारी जान निकल जाती थी. आज हमारे पास डिश वॉशर्स हैं, क्लीनिंग बॉट्स हैं, क्लीनर्स हैं, ऑटोमेटिक क्लीनर्स एक्सेट्रा, और हमारा वो समय बच जाता है. तो हम कहाँ जाते हैं? जिम में वर्कआउट करने जाते हैं. So most likely humans will change the place of work, type of work, and their orientation towards things, but they will still be meaningfully occupied doing something or the other. Yeah, and that's I think the change and the shift will keep happening. A lot of those tasks that are considered high quality, high level, high intellect tasks will suddenly go down into being done by AI, and human will move to a very new domain, maybe interior designing across, designing it on the web, designing it virtually, showing it to the clients in a virtual, interaction phase. You might be selling your product to somebody sitting in America and getting it delivered via Amazon. That what might become possible.
Just to give you an answer here. So in my organization, we do inspection certification and, so the ship which is stagnant in the ocean, which is sailing in the ocean, and actually there were times when a speedboat used to go and the auditor used to go and do an inspection. Now since 2018 we are using bots, and we send it to there, and they take all the data, and here the human is sitting on the shore and collecting that data. So the upscaling was done, and that's a right example I can tell you where the risk is reduced of human life going there and doing the inspection.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'm getting some signals from the audience that there is maybe one more question and then we will summarize. Can I quickly ask you to take your question? And this will be our last, and then we will summarize and close.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Pankaj Rathore from Hospital Administration Department. I would like to ask that, for example, my father, he still now remember everyone's contact number, and we as a human now we do not remember. So how we can take this as artificial intelligence is improving and human intelligence is depleting. So what is the take of panelists on this?
Yes, right.
Okay, what is the take of the panelists? Well, like I said, a lot of tasks which we used to consider high order. मैं अपना point of view बताता हूँ, फिर आगे बढ़ जाते हैं. 2 दूनी 4, 2 तिया 6, 13 7 सा नहीं आता. अरे यार आप तो डॉक्टर हो. हाँ, तो 13 7 का नहीं आएगा. अभी 13/7 नहीं आने की कोई टेंशन नहीं है, मेरे फादर को आता है. That's the whole change. I may not know 13/7 and I may not need 13/7. I may use 13/7 and that might happen in a virtual way. So I can actually command my phone, Google what is 13/7 and it will actually tell me. Yeah. So that's where it is. I may not need memory and I may replace that with something more intelligent, something more curious, something more superior. And that is how human beings make decisions. मैं पहले ये करता था और मैं बहुत उदास था. अब मैं कुछ और कर रहा हूँ और मेरी जिंदगी सफल हो गई है. Right? So I'm sure that the panelists agree with me, and this is bringing the entire discussion to a quick summary. Wonderful learnings, panelists. Thank you so much for your time, great inputs that you all shared. Any last commentary before we close off?
In fact, we've talked a lot about positive side of AI. No doubt it is a very positive development for human beings. Let's be aware of certain negative things also. It's not that everything is very rosy here in AI. Recently, I remember just few months back, I read an article and it said that more than 100 scientists who were involved in the development of AI, various tools of AI, etc., have written to 27 head of states, the prime ministers and presidents of 27 countries, cautioning them that we have not done enough research on negatives of AI, the dangers of AI. So please be very cautious while making regulations for AI. And this recommendation, this request has been made by scientists who have developed AI. So today AI is at level 1, or maybe we can say 2G. But when we will reach 4G, 5G of AI, the things would be very different from what it is today. What it would be, of course, we do not know now. There would be a lot of positives. But yes, we have to be aware of the negatives also. We have to be cautious and we have to be aware of the dangers also. So AI is a very good thing, but it will never be able to overtake human beings, because ultimately, if we remain cautious, we'll always have control over that.
So just adaptability is the key for anything. So you have to be adapt to the situations. The new changes are happening. So be curious. Don't afraid of anything. Things will keep changing. टाइपराइटर से कंप्यूटर पर भी आए थे, तो ऐसे ही आगे भी चलते चले जाते हैं. तो लाइफ इज गोइंग ऑन. बस यू हैव टू कीप योर क्यूरियोसिटी हाई टू लर्न and adaptability to adapt and have your adaptability to certain changes of situations. Don't be adamant or just have a mental block or walls in your mind. I cannot do this, I cannot do this. Everyone can do. See, everyone has a 24 hours, everyone has a brain. This is how we use and keep moving ahead. So that's the part.
All right, Himanshu ji.
I'll give a last statement to conclude myself. Dangerous of technology is because we are not securing ourselves. I leave you with this statement to think aloud. कोई यहाँ पे स्टेज पे आके अपने जीमेल का पासवर्ड बता सकता है? कोई भी जीमेल का पासवर्ड क्या है, कोई बताएगा? कोई भी नहीं बताना चाहेगा. लेकिन ये मन में सोचना, बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है, कितने लोगों ने अपने जीमेल का पासवर्ड जो है वो बाकी वेबसाइट्स का भी सेम रखा है? अगर उसका आंसर हाँ है तो यू आर ऑलरेडी इनटू डेंजर.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, with that, we come to a conclusion of this panel. Environment is also with us. माहौल ने ही तालियां बजा दी हैं, बारिश शुरू हो चुकी है. Thank you so much. We're ending this panel at a wonderful pointer. So thank you, panelists. Thank you, HR Success Talk, and thank you, Subharti University, for inviting us here and holding this wonderful discussion for all of us. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you, the panel members and the moderator. Thank you so much. So as we have conducted the program in collaboration with HR Success Talk, and the key person of HR Success Talk is here with us, Mr. Govind Negi, sir. So I would request, sir, to give the concluding remark and the validatory note on this event.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Hi, everyone. ऊपर के लोग सारे गायब हो गए, पता चला मुझे. अभी तो मुझे लगा था लोग ऊपर भी बैठे हुए हैं. All right, so I think I'm the only one who is sitting behind your, leaving from the auditorium and finishing this. But I wanted to make sure कि अगर मैं आप लोगों के बीच में आया हूं और हमने HR सक्सेस टॉक के बारे में सुना कि भाई HR सक्सेस टॉक साथ में काम कर रहा है सुभारती के इस बार और उसने ये HR कॉन्फ्रेंस किया. क्वेश्चन तो आता होगा ये HR सक्सेस टॉक है क्या, राइट? तो मुझे लगा जाते जाते पहले मैं ये दुविधा भी दूर कर देता हूं कि HR सक्सेस टॉक है क्या और ये आप लोगों के लिए कैसे इंपॉर्टेंट है. How HR success talk is important for you as a student, and I would go to the extent that how it is important for you as a faculty. HR success talk, as you can see on the screen, keep looking at the screen, guys. HR success talk is a community of 150,000 member across 10 countries. जो नीचे फ्लैग है वो शो के लिए नहीं लगा रखे हमने स्लाइड्स में. वो जो फ्लैग है वो उस कंट्रीज के फ्लैग है जहां पे HR success talk का चैप्टर है. And the proud thing is, if you go to the next slide, the proud thing is that HR Success Talk is an Indian originated community having chapters in 10 countries. It is not a community of somewhere else and started in India. That's why आपको इंडिया के अंदर हर स्टेट में हमारे चैप्टर्स मिलेंगे. तो ये जो फ्लैग्स है वो डिपिक्ट करते हैं कि हमारी ग्लोबल प्रेजेंस कहां कहां पर है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. बिफोर दैट, अब क्वेश्चन ये आता है, 11 साल हो गए इस कम्युनिटी को चलते चलते. क्वेश्चन ये आता है कि भाई 1,50,000 जो मेंबर्स हैं वो बेसिकली वो क्यों है इस कम्युनिटी के पार्ट. सो देयर आर 3 रीजंस व्हिच आई हैव शेयर्ड हियर कि अगर आप इस कम्युनिटी के पार्ट हो. देखिए, इस कम्युनिटी का पार्ट बनने के लिए आपको फॉर्म भरने की जरूरत नहीं है कोई कि आपको गूगल फॉर्म देंगे या फिजिकल फॉर्म देंगे या आपसे कोई फीस मांगेंगे. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. अगर आपने हमारे किसी भी इवेंट को अटेंड किया है, अगर आप हमें सोशल मीडिया पे फेसबुक, लिंक्डइन, इंस्टाग्राम, ट्विटर, यूट्यूब, फोरम, वेबसाइट कहीं पर भी अगर हमें फॉलो करते हैं, यू आर बाय डिफॉल्ट वन ऑफ द मेंबर ऑफ HR सक्सेस टॉक. इट इज वेरी सिंपल. नाउ व्हाई वुड यू लाइक टू बी पार्ट ऑफ द HR सक्सेस टॉक कम्युनिटी? 3 रीजंस. जब आप इस कम्युनिटी के पार्ट बनते हैं तो आप लर्न एंड शेयर करते हैं और आज इसका बहुत बड़ा एग्जांपल है यहां पर, राइट? व्हाट वी आर डूइंग हियर, वी आर लर्निंग एंड शेयरिंग विद ईच अदर. द सेकंड थिंग दैट विद दिस कम्युनिटी you are able to find lot of mentors and mentee. कोई मुझे कभी कभी पूछता है कि आपकी लाइफ में रोल मॉडल कौन है या आपके मेंटोर कौन है, तो मेरा आंसर होता है कि मेरी लाइफ में तो बहुत रोल मॉडल्स हैं और बहुत सारे मेंटोर्स हैं. डिपेंड करता है कि मैं अपनी लाइफ में क्या चीज अचीव करना चाहता हूं. तो आजकल वो दुनिया नहीं रही कि आपका एक रोल मॉडल रहेगा या एक मेंटोर रहेगा या एक कोच होगा. You get multiple mentors, multiple coaches for the things you want to drive, right, in your life. HR Success Talk आपको वो अपॉर्चुनिटी देता है. यहां जितने लोग अभी आपके पास आए, आप किसी के पास भी जाके उनसे बोलोगे आई वुड लाइक यू टू बी माई मेंटोर, दे विल बी हैप्पीली सेइंग यस, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन हाउ मच टाइम दे हैव. और हम लोग भी अपने मेंटोर्स खुद इस कम्युनिटी से ढूंढते हैं. तो लर्निंग तो सबके लिए होती है, जितना वो आपके लिए लागू करती है उतना वो हमारे लिए भी करती है. एंड थर्ड थिंग इज नेटवर्किंग एंड रिलेशनशिप बिल्डिंग. अगर मैं आप लोगों की बात करूं तो बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट हमारे इस नेटवर्क को यूज करते हैं कॉर्पोरेट्स में अपने कनेक्शन को बनाने के लिए. और आज मैं पैनल डिस्कशन में एग्जांपल भी दे रहा था कि किस तरह से एक बच्चा किसी यूनिवर्सिटी का, ना कि उसने खाली इस कम्युनिटी से अपने लिए जॉब सिक्योर करी, उसने अपने यूनिवर्सिटी के बहुत सारे बच्चों के लिए जॉब सिक्योर करी, बिकॉज दैट पर्सन न्यू लॉट ऑफ पीपल इन द कम्युनिटी. और सारे हमारे 95% of our members out of 1.5 lakh is HR heads and head of like people working in HR. या आपको कुछ नया सीखना है, आपको जॉब चाहिए, आपको मेंटरिंग करनी है, बहुत सारे इंटरप्रेन्योर आते हैं जो बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी के साथ हमारे नेटवर्क में आते हैं. दिस इज एन ओपन नेटवर्क. We never stop anybody for reaching out to anyone. So these are the 3 reasons why if you want to join HR Success Talk as a community, you should. Next slide. If you want to join, how to do it? Very simple. These are the platforms we have. We are available almost in every platform. You have your mobile phones. Go to your mobile phones, open LinkedIn, want to open Facebook or Instagram, you can follow us. By default, you will be our member from today onwards. Next slide. हमारा विजन क्या है? HR सक्सेस टॉक. HR सक्सेस टॉक है क्यों? करना क्या चाहता है HR सक्सेस टॉक? तो देखिए, HR सक्सेस टॉक का विजन है कि हम HR और बिजनेस लीडर्स को साथ में लेके आए अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड और हम उनके बिजनेसेस की टैलेंट रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम्स को समझें और उसको सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करें. ये विजन है HR सक्सेस टॉक का. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. करते कैसे उसको हम? उसके लिए हमने एक पूरी लर्निंग इकोसिस्टम खड़ी कर रखी है जिसमें मल्टीपल चीजें हैं. आप देख सकते हो, वेबिनार है, HR फोरम है, कॉन्फ्रेंस है, सोशल मीडिया है, ऑनलाइन असेसमेंट्स हैं, अवार्ड्स हैं. द लॉट ऑफ थिंग वी डू टू अचीव आवर विजन. आज जो हम आपके साथ आए वो हमारे HR कॉन्फ्रेंस का पार्ट था और साथ में वो हमारे कॉलेज कोलैबोरेशन का भी पार्ट था, जिसकी वजह से आज HR सक्सेस टॉक और उसके बहुत सारे मेंबर्स और डिग्निटरीज यहां पर आपके बीच में आए टू शेयर देयर एक्सपीरियंस. तो लेट्स टॉक अबाउट सम ऑफ आवर की प्रोग्राम. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. लेट्स टॉक अबाउट सम ऑफ आवर की प्रोग्राम. मूविंग नेक्स्ट. ये हमारे HR स्टिंग्स मीट कहते हैं उनको और HR कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हैं और इनकी आप फोटो देख सकते हैं. हम कॉलेजेस यूनिवर्सिटी में करते हैं, 5 स्टार 4 स्टार होटल्स में करते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. मोर ऑफ दोज पिक्चर्स. Next slide. We also have done top 50 CHRO very recently. और नेहा की फोटो भी है इसमें बीच में. नेहा is with us today. Moving forward, this is another glimpse. Hold on. Okay, next. Yeah. Okay. HR forum basically ये वैसे I don't know how many of you will use it. HR forum हमारा एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जहां पे आप जाके किसी भी HR और people management related questions को पूछ सकते हैं. Next slide. हमारा एक YouTube चैनल है जो कि बेसिकली एक तरीके से आपके लिए ऑनलाइन कोर्स का मीडियम है विदाउट एनी कॉस्ट. अगर आप कोई भी कोर्स करना चाहते हैं HR के अंदर तो आप इस YouTube में जा सकते हैं एंड यू कैन डू द कोर्स. मूव अहेड प्लीज. ग्लोबल एक्सीलेंस अवार्ड बेसिकली हमारा एक फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम है जिसके अंदर आप अप्लाई कर सकते. स्टूडेंट्स के लिए नहीं है फिलहाल, बट आई वुड से कि यहाँ बैठे हुए बहुत सारे हमारे यूनिवर्सिटीज के कॉलीग्स हैं, वो लोग इस अवार्ड में अप्लाई कर सकते हैं. गुड न्यूज इज इफ यू मूव टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, लिटिल बिट नेक्स्ट वन. Yeah. So good news is that currently we have launched our 7th edition of Global Excellence Award, जिसके अंदर हमारी कुछ कैटेगरीज है जो यूनिवर्सिटीज एंड कॉलेजेस के लिए भी ओपन है और उनके टीम मेंबर्स के लिए भी ओपन है. देयर इज नो चार्जेस फॉर यू टू अप्लाई टू द अवार्ड्स. देयर विल बी अ जूरी. इफ यू वॉन द अवार्ड वी गोना हैव अ प्रोग्राम in Gurgaon on September 21st where the awards will be given. अगर आपको इसके बारे में और जानना है तो आप हमारी वेबसाइट पर जा सकते हो www.hrsuccesstalk.com and you can see more details from there. Moving forward, blogs. If you are a blog writer, you can share your blogs with us and we can publish the blogs on our website. Elite Club is a club of CXOs and CHROs and head of the HR. It is established in 8 cities right now, including Delhi, Faridabad, Gurgaon, Noida, Mumbai, Pune, Bangalore, and Dubai. These are the glimpses of our Elite Club programs. Next, please. More glimpses. Now, this is interesting. I'm sure that the reason why HR Success Talk is here today is because of college collaboration. College collaboration बहुत पुराना प्रोग्राम नहीं है हमारा. HR Success Talk is in existence since last 11 years. But college collaboration we started only in 2022. So, sorry, 2022, last year. क्यों शुरू किया गया हमने ये प्रोग्राम, जो शायद आपके बीसी सर भी आज बोल रहे थे कि हाउ डू वी ब्रिंग एकेडमिक्स एंड इंडस्ट्री टुगेदर. तो इसी विजन से हमने शुरू किया कि एचआर सक्सेस टॉक का जो होल्ड है वो इंडस्ट्री पे बहुत स्ट्रांग है, और आई थिंक ये इंडस्ट्री का होल्ड कहीं ना कहीं एकेडमिक्स को यूज करने के लिए हेल्प कर सकते हैं. सो वी स्टार्टेड मिड ऑफ 2022, तो अभी तो पूरा साल भी नहीं हुआ आई वुड से, कि हमने ये कॉलेज कोलैबोरेशन शुरू किया. और जब से हमने कॉलेज कोलैबोरेशन शुरू किया है तब से हमें बहुत ही ज्यादा अच्छा रिस्पांस मिला. अब आप पूछेंगे कॉलेज कोलैबोरेशन में आप करते क्या हो, खाली इस तरह के प्रोग्राम्स करते हैं, कुछ और भी करते हो आप लोग एज एचआर सक्सेस टॉक? सो मूव टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. देयर आर, एक एक करके चलते हैं. देयर आर 6 ways by which HR Success Talk help colleges and university. सबसे पहला तरीका कि हम लोग कॉलेजेस एंड यूनिवर्सिटी को हेल्प करते हैं उनके बच्चों को सपोर्ट करने के लिए. और अभी तक जब से हमने कॉलेज कोलैबोरेशन स्टार्ट किया है, हमने 1500 स्टूडेंट्स को इंटर्नशिप और प्लेसमेंट ऑलरेडी दिलवा चुके हैं. द नेक्स्ट वन इज गेस्ट स्पीकर. गेस्ट स्पीकर आप जानते ही हैं, डिफरेंट कोर्सेज में आप हैं, आपके वहां भी गेस्ट स्पीकर आते होंगे. बट वी आर नॉट ओनली स्पेशलाइज इन नेशनल गेस्ट स्पीकर्स, वी आर ऑल्सो स्पेशलाइज इन इंटरनेशनल गेस्ट स्पीकर्स, बिकॉज वी आर देयर इन 10 countries. तो अगर आप इंटीरियर डिजाइनिंग में है, फैशन डिजाइनिंग में है, फाइन आर्ट में है, मेडिकल में है, बिजनेस में है, इंजीनियरिंग में है, और आपको किसी बाहर की कंट्री के किसी इंडस्ट्री या एक्सपर्ट से ओपिनियन चाहिए, HR Success Talk is the platform which can provide you that. आपको वो अपने यहाँ अपनी कॉलेज में चाहिए या आपको ऑनलाइन चाहिए, in both ways we can do. So far, in less than one year, we have done 40 such guest lectures. Moving on, industry visit तो जानते हैं आप लोग, आप भी जाते होंगे. HR Success Talk support in multiple industry visits to universities and colleges. In so far we have started, we have done 15. Moving forward, HR conference तो आप अपने देख ही लिए आज. This is the same thing we do. 25 of such we have already done. Moving forward, informal industry connect. तो ये क्या है कि आपको जितने भी मैंने पहले वाले सब बताए, they are very formal. Like you have a conference, you have a panel discussion, you have a guest lecture. But हमारा ये मानना है कि अगर किसी तरीके से इंडस्ट्री और एकेडमी के रिलेशनशिप को स्ट्रॉन्ग करना है, तो इस रिलेशनशिप को फॉर्मल की जगह थोड़ा इनफॉर्मल भी लेके जाना पड़ेगा. तो उसके लिए हम क्या करते हैं, यूनिवर्सिटी एंड कॉलेजेस के साथ मल्टीपल इनिशिएटिव्स करते हैं. जैसे क्रिकेट मैच हो गया, सो वी प्ले HR Success Talk 11, शुभारती 11 के सब बीच में मैच हो रहा है, या आपने बीच वॉलीबॉल कर लिया या गाला डिनर्स कर लिए, टू ब्रिज द गैप बिटवीन कॉलेजेस एंड इंडस्ट्रीज. वी हैव डन 10 of them so far. The last one is the very recent one which we have, and this is because we have realized that universities and colleges are not only focusing on the placement of the students, but they are also focusing on the entrepreneurship skills of their students. बहुत सारे बच्चे स्टार्टअप आज की डेट में बिल्ड कर रहे हैं, तो HR Success Talk 3 स्टेप में इस काम को करता है. बड़े ध्यान से सुनिएगा अगर आप एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बनना चाहते हैं तो. 1, we bring CEOs and investors in your campus to give you all the knowledge like we brought HR. We can also bring CEOs and investors who will tell you their own stories. कि मैंने स्टार्टअप जब किया तो क्या गलती करी, क्या नहीं किया, क्या नहीं करना चाहिए, क्या करना चाहिए. दूसरा स्टेप, हम उन बच्चों को जो यूनिवर्सिटी कॉलेज में एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं, उनके साथ सेशंस करते हैं टू प्रिपेयर देम टू बिकम एंटरप्रेन्योर. जैसे कि अगर आप प्लेस होना चाहते हो तो आप बहुत सारे कोर्स करते होंगे, टेक्निकल कोर्स, कैंपस टू कॉर्पोरेट, सॉफ्ट स्किल. ऐसे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए भी तो आपको कोर्स करने पड़ेंगे कि भाई कैसे एक लीगल एंटिटी खड़ी करनी है, कैसे किस तरह की चीजें इन्वेस्टर आपसे पूछेगा, को फाउंडर होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए, मार्केट रिसर्च कैसे करनी चाहिए, मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट को लॉन्च कैसे करना चाहिए. ऑल दैट थिंग यू शुड नो. एंड द लास्ट and the most important step is that कि HR Success Talk can also bring investors in your university to give investment to your students for entrepreneurship. So this is the most latest and most effective program we are doing. Next slide. We are proud to say that we have collaborated with Subharti University in last few weeks, and we are here in this occasion So far, we have collaborated with 50 plus colleges and universities across the globe, touched 70,000 students so far. Next slide. Myself, next slide. My advisors, next slide. My country heads in each country, next slide please. All my state presidents and my city vice president. We also have Mohit, who is the vice president of Gurgaon. Big rounds of applause to Mohit for leading our Gurgaon chapter. Next slide, please. That's interesting. Although we are a community, we are not a company. But हम अपने आप को एक पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड कॉर्पोरेट की तरह ही चलाते हैं. Because imagine कीजिए 1.5 लाख मेंबर्स अक्रॉस द ग्लोब, 10 कंट्री, और ये नंबर 100 प्लस की जगह 125 प्लस है. रिसेंटली जब मैंने देखा वॉलंटियर्स, आपको लगता है कि ये खाली बस एक बिना किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रक्चर के चल सकता है? नहीं चल सकता. So we have established an organization structure to make sure that we are growing. And next slide. If you want to be a volunteer, any of you, I would like to request, चाहे आप कॉलेज में काम करते हैं, चाहे आप स्टूडेंट्स हैं, कोई भी अगर हमारा वॉलंटियर बनना चाहता है, you can reach out to me also, but you can also reach out to on our Facebook page or LinkedIn page. You can send a message, and my team, we have a HR team that will reach out to you. They will talk to you based on your interest. They will take you in. आज का जो पूरा इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज हुआ है, उसमें भी करीब 15 से 20 वॉलंटियर्स जो शायद यहाँ नहीं है, बट दे हैव मैनेज एवरीथिंग फ्रॉम द बैकग्राउंड. चाहे वो प्रमोशंस को लेके हो, चाहे हमारे डेलीगेट्स को रीच आउट करने को लेके हो, चाहे टॉपिक्स की बात करने को लेके हो, चाहे लॉजिस्टिक की बात करने के लिए हो, चाहे वो इस प्रोग्राम के बाद आज इस फोटो को सोशल मीडिया में वायरल करने के लिए बात हो. देयर आर 15 वॉलंटियर्स हु आर वर्किंग बिहाइंड इट selflessly. So if you want to be part of that, please do reach out to me and our social media page. With that said, thank you very much everyone. Have a nice day ahead.
थैंक यू सर. मतलब शॉर्ट में कहा जाए तो अगर एकेडमिक्स को ग्रो करना है तो एचआर सक्सेस टॉक से बिना कोलैबोरेशन के नहीं कर सकते. अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज. सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं फॉर द होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट. अ वेरी बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर एचआर सक्सेस टॉक. नाउ आई वुड इनवाइट मिस प्रीति मैम फॉर द वैलिडेटरी सेशन.
Jai Hind. I'm Preeti Singhwal, and I would like to take the liberty of introducing you to the word of Mr. Satya Nadella, CEO of Micro. Now I'm audible? Yeah. Jai Hind. I am Preeti Singhwal, and I would like to take the liberty of introducing you to the word of Mr. Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft. The future of recruitment lies in leveraging technology to identify and engage top talent. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will play a crucial role in streamlining the hiring process and matching candidates with the right opportunities. To take the word forward, I take you to the valedictory session of HR Conclave held today on 4th July 2023, provide a platform for HR professionals, industry experts to discuss two crucial topics shaping the future of workplace. The conclave aimed to explore the integration of human expertise and artificial intelligence in maximizing workplace efficiency and effectiveness. The first panel discussion held before the lunch focused on future of recruitment changes, expectations and challenges in campus hiring. The second panel held after lunch lived human expertise and AI, maximizing workplace integration and impact. The conclave successfully facilitated engaging discussions and fostered knowledge exchange among panel members and attendees. The first panel discussions focused on the future of recruitment and evolving landscape of campus hiring. Panel members Mr. Govind Singh Negi, Ms. Neha Rana Datta, Mr. Arpit Jain, and Mr. Sandeep Singh, distinguished HR professionals, shared their perspective on emerging trends, changes, and challenging in recruitment talent from campuses. And Mr. Govind Singh Negi commented on the bridge, on bridging the gap between industry requirement and academic curricula through collaboration between organization and educational institution. And Ms. Neha Rana Gupta discussed the innovative approaches to employer branding and campus recruitment. And Mr. Arpit Jain enlightened us on embracing technological advancements such as AI, automation, and predictive analytics. Ms. Ridhima Bajaj explained the leveraging digital platform and social media to attract and evaluating candidate effectively. And Mr. Sandeep Singh addressed the challenges related to the diversity and inclusivity in campus hiring, and he also said that personal interaction is very important for the hiring process. The second panel discussion explored the synergistic relationship between human expertise and AI technologies in the workplace. Panel member Mr. Mohit Sethi, Ms. Sharmila Thakur, Mr. Pancham Bhatia, Ms. various workplace challenges. Mr. Mohit Sethi propounded that to fit in or integrated with the working professional, you need to learn AI tools. And Mr. Piyush Govind enlightened us to identify areas where AI can maximize workplace efficiency and impact, such as automation, data analytics, and impact and decision-making support system, and addressed concern associated with the AI integration. Ms. Sharmila Thakur discussed the strategies for effectively integrating human expertise and AI technologies to achieve optimal outcomes, and discussed ethical consideration associated with AI integration. And Mr. Pancham Bhatia suggested to nurture a culture of continuous learning and upskilling to adopt AI-driven work environment, and also warned we have to be very cautious while using AI tools. Mr. Himanshu Singla remarked that AI is not going to cut the job, but who is not going to adapt it, he will be out of the space. And he also enlightened us on leveraging AI in every walk of life. Today, the HR Conclave served as a significant platform for in-depth discussion on both the vital topics, the integration of human expertise and AI in workplace and the future of recruitment, including challenges and in-campus hiring. The panel discussion led by the expert of corporate offered valuable insight, innovative ideas, and practical solution to navigate the changing HR landscape. The event facilitated meaningful knowledge sharing, the collaboration among the attendees, enabling them to stay ahead in the evolving professionals environment. The recommendation and perspective shared during the conclave will undoubtedly contribute to the development of progressive HR practices and drive positive transformation in organization. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Preeti ma'am. And it was really a very good session. Both the panel discussions, very enlightening and full of knowledge with the practical examples and exposure. Now it's time to say thanks. Thank you. Thank you तो वैसे enough नहीं है इतने अच्छे इवेंट के लिए, लेकिन क्योंकि ये इतनी सक्सेसफुली और इतने अच्छे तरीके से इसलिए ऑर्गेनाइज हो पाया क्योंकि हमारे साथ HR सक्सेस टॉक था और उनका सपोर्ट था. So I would first request Mr. Govind Negi sir to give vote of thanks to the audience, to Subharti University. So over to you, sir. A big round of applause.
So I'm very bad in vote of thanks, so I'm the wrong person. But I'll just be quick. First of all, thank you, Amit, for collaborating with us and for being with us. This is our first event. आज पहली बार मैं आपसे in person मिल रहा हूँ. I'm sure my team is in touch. You are a very true professional. और आपने you have this ambition to do this here. आपका पहला आई एम श्योर आप बहुत करेंगे ऐसे और इंडस्ट्री एकेडमिक रिलेशनशिप को बहुत आगे लेके जाएंगे. तो थैंक्स टू यू. आई थिंक दैट्स द ओनली पर्सन आई नो, बट आई नो थैंक्स टू एवरीबॉडी हु हैज बीन पार्ट ऑफ दिस. थैंक्स टू ऑल द कॉलीग्स हु हैव कम फ्रॉम सो फार ऑन अ वर्किंग डे. आई नो दे आर लाइक ओके, मैं व्हाट्सएप पे सब सवाल के जवाब देने हैं. कुछ चिल आउट लोग भी हमारे जो लाइक ओके वी डोंट केयर अबाउट ऑफिस. एंड ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स हु हैव कम हियर, और स्पेशली जो खाने के बाद आए थे उन लोगों के लिए और स्पेशल थैंक्स, बिकॉज इट्स वेरी टफ to sit down and listen to after all the lunch you have eaten. Thank you, ma'am, for an excellent hosting of the event. And thanks to all my team. I know this is live, so to my HRST volunteers who have done awesome job from the background and supported us. Keep giving this blessing to us, and I think there are a lot more events which we're going to do together. So thank you very much if you're watching live, to all of you. With that said, thank you very much. Have a nice day.
So because it was a teamwork, Subharti University and HR Success Talk together worked on it. So I would request Director Training and Placement, Mr. Amit Verma, sir, for giving vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Jai Hind, good evening to you all once again. This is Amit. I wish to wholeheartedly thank the team HR Success Talk. They have spared their precious time on this working day, as sir told. And I wish to thank to all the participants who have attended the session today. I hope you must have gained a lot of knowledge about AI and its effect in your future working. And you must have learned the challenges also. What are the skills you need to improve on to get better placements? And today we are going to have two another things. Number one, we are going to sign an MOU with HR Success Talk. And secondly, we are going to establish an Industry Academy Advisory Board today. And we are going to welcome all the precious personalities present here today on board for that. And I wish all the best to all of them, all of you. And thank you once again, my team, who have supported me to arrange this event. And yes, the team that is working in backend, especially Mr. Mohsin, who is not present. He was the first person who initiated the conversation regarding, and then we came into interaction. Then we discussed with 2 people, 3 people, then it became a number of series. And Deepthi ma'am, she is also not here. She was coordinating the event. I have seen working them till